Let's make this live now. Hmm. Yeah, that's right. Button swapped. Hey. Shift outside. How's it going? Yeah. Let's see here. What else? What do I have to do? Armish. Okay, so there's a reading thing. There's Baltus has something to help me. That's right. I was gonna go to see Baltus. So basically, I'm kind of having to do a mural because I'm having to do a mural about the history of this town because my dad, who was a character in the other chapters, had a fun on the stream tonight playing a fan-made Pokemon game called Pokemon Fusion. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I've played a few Pokemon hacks over the years, so I know a lot of those are sort of inspired kind of the fan games as well, especially the stuff that was made in like, you know, made for PC, made in different engines and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm somewhat familiar. Have a moment. I need to find a way to get into the old salt mine. I don't have a way down. Can you help me? The salt mine, yes. You must be on quite the adventure. Surely we can rig up a double pulley system to lower and raise yourself shaft. That might take a while. I'll have to go in today if possible. Of course, of course. But would a good length of rope suffice? You could brace against the wall of the mine shaft. Are you strong enough to support your own weight? Against the wall? I think so. Excellent. Thank you, Baltus. Of course, of course. Here you go. You be careful, though. Make sure the rope's secure. Good. Until later. Good luck, Magdalene. I need to figure out, like, is Nazia the Samuel figure of my of the third act? Because Samuel was the most interesting dude in the interesting dude that I didn't even get to talk to in the second act, and he's just standing there. And these two, let me see if Magdalene, how are the hinges on your doors? And I guess maybe Andrew should take a look at them. I would have asked your father, but well, anyway, you wouldn't believe how many people in this town leave their hinges to rust. I didn't realize you had such an interest in hinges. Yeah, George, if you want an excuse, stupid people's homes, just invite yourself over for supper. Gosh. Well, it's not my interest in particular. I would like to interest you in a yearly check of all homes in Tassin. Think of the idea, George. Well, it's not a... I don't see why we need to make it official. Everyone in Tassing helps each other. As I see it, someone notices a house in disrepair, we all pitch in to fix it. So the story with this is, it's basically a small German town Our small southern Bavarian town in the 1500s. Not technically German because at the time Germany was broken up into a bunch of smaller vassal states that were all, controlled by the Holy Roman Empire at the time. And so there's a lot of, religious influence and, sort of defiant paganism and concealed, occult practices and things like that. And, up on the hill there was this Benedictine abbey. And in the previous chapters, my character was studying to become an artist at the abbey, and he had to investigate a murder. In the first chapter, and in the second chapter, it was 7 years later, and he came back to town, and a few other things happened. So yeah, basically, one of his friends was kind of fermenting a revolution, and he ended up getting killed. So he had to investigate that. To do anything else would be unchristian. But if Paul wants to see it through, I'm happy to go along with it. Makes me feel useful, you know? Speaking of, I'd better get back to work. Nice to chat with you, Mike. So yeah, there's a lot of religion and a lot of blasphemy in this game. But it's very well researched historically. I'm gonna go towards the salt mine. You go? Oh, hello, Magdalene. Nico, what are you doing out here? Biding my time, contemplating life. In the forest at this cold time of year? I like the calm and the chill. It makes me feel lively. I'm not looking forward to returning to the inn either. I doubt you're avoiding the inn itself, or Killian, so I'd have to assume it's Hannah. Just so. Lately, Hannah and I fight more days than not, so I walk in the woods to clear my head. What happened between you two? We lied to each other, fostered resentment, grew apart, with a tale as old as matrimony. Don't see. You're marrying for love. It should be a partnership, like a business. Maybe that's for the best. Hard to be disappointed if you have no expectations. We were in love once, I think. It's been so long I hardly remember. Well, I was in love. I would have suffered any slight for her. Even that fucking Miller. At least Linhart died in the revolt. That didn't stop Hannah from disgracing our marriage. I swallowed my pride and let it go on because I thought it would make her happy. I shouldn't talk to you about this. You've caught me at a weak moment, Magdalene. Maybe it's not appropriate, but I'm listening anyway. Kind of you. Perhaps if I were a better man, Hannah would still love me. We're too old to change now. She's too stubborn. I'm too weak. It's pointless. You and Hannah managed to raise a kind man in Killian. Despite all that. Killian is a good boy. Diligent son. He deserved a better father. I failed him too. You're just feeling sorry for yourself. You would be sorry too if you were me. Sorry I burdened you with this. Please, don't tell your father. This is horrible. Apollo? And Magdalene. Apollo, what are you doing? Looking for frogs. Artemis said she saw one the other day, and we're trying to collect a bunch. So come out this time of year. What do you know? Artemis said she saw one. They don't. Hildegard says they're cold and wet creatures. They won't be out this autumn. Maybe that's why I only have one. What do you need frogs for? If I'll tell you, you'll snitch. I won't. Yeah, right. Sorry, Mags. I'm not telling. You'll just have to wait and see. Or ask Artemis. Maybe she'll tell you. Fine. I'll go talk to your sister. But be careful, you've already had to go to confession this year. Oh, we know. The Great Frog Plague of 1543. A pig? Out here? Must have broke out of his pen. Wonder who it belongs to. Might not be as powerful as we gather on St. Job's Eve, but it'll still work. Paul just gave me this rope to climb down, but it might take a while. Should I go now? We're gonna remain at the top for right now. Not gonna go just yet. Because I want to catch up with Artemis. Agnes gathers chamomile here every year. Cures every... yeah. It's Sachi's shrine. There's Marta. Oh, hey Magdalene. Do you need something? I'm a little busy right now. I need me to show you and Apollo how you and Apollo get in and out of the old salt mine. The mine? Damn, Magda, why do you need to get down there? I want to see what our forefathers and Romans left behind. It's for the mural. Mural? You won't use our secret hideout for your... You want to use our secret hideout for your mural? I just want to see if they left anything down there I could use as a reference. You're really into that whole Rathbox project, aren't you? Why should I show you how to get in? Please, Artemis, I won't go in ever again. I just need your help this once. Like you said, you never asked to borrow my favorite scarf again. I need a guarantee, Magda. Look, I'll show you how to get into the mine, on one condition. You help Apollo and me with our next prank. No telling, no stitching, no questions asked. Fine, tell me what you're up to. Father Thomas has been droning on and on about the plagues of Egypt, right? Paul and I are collecting frogs to hide in the tabernacle. When Father Thomas opens it on Sunday, frogs will go everywhere. Seems like a really bad idea. You've already been to confession this year. Exactly, Magdalene. Exactly. What do you want me to do? Stole the tabernacle key, but we need to put it back before he notices. You want me to put the key back? Precisely. Look, we stole the key early to make sure if it was the right one. We'll steal it again once we actually stuff the frogs in there. But in the meantime, it needs to go back. I need you to replace the key on the altar in the church. Paula and I would attract too much attention, but you're the town's goody-goody. I'm not that bad, am I? Not entirely. It's not your fault, old Silvio. The council lets you get away with anything. Anyway, will you do it? I'll get you into the mine if you do. I need a way to get into the mine, but this seems risky. Who knows what kind of trouble I could get into if I help them. Oh, fine. But if you snitch, you're in for it, Magdalene. Well. I mean... Gosh. So... I rejected their help. Not the best, but, you know what? Let's go for it. So there's a ladder up there. That will help if the ladder... Well, no, because there's broken boards all up and down the ladder, so that probably wouldn't... There we go, there's a lantern. A lot of different coins down here. How odd, it's not like this is a Saint's Well. Tablet, they're still writing on it. What's a poem? I think it's a love note. Rising passion. Looks like a larger version of some of Baltus's contraptions. The winch must have been attached to some sort of hauling and pulley system. Fascinating. If I'm down here, I should see what I can find from the Roman era and before. Oh, bones. They're far too big to be human. No horns. Looks like a mule to me. Maybe it hauled that winch. Poor creature dying down here. Oh, a piece of pottery. It's beautiful. Oh, these must be the same kind of figurines Till and the farmer finds in fields. I think that so many remnants of our ancestors scattered in fields and caves like this. Another shard. Oh, another shard. Another piece. I wonder if they're all the same pot. Yet another pottery piece. I'll come back to that. Ooh, Ooh, ooh. Here's another piece. Oh, a cave-in. The wood here looks newer than the first part of the mine. Was this collapse recent? Hey, this piece looks like it matches the other piece I found. There's a Latin inscription here. Cassia, give me water, or Pluto preserve me. The salt is drying me to death. Roman nymph Tassing was named after. Her spring was the foundation of the town. Give me water, or Pluto preserve me. The salt is drying me to death. This is something like working down here was pleasant. Ooh, another piece. Oh, it looks like a Roman map of Tassing. I wonder what's changed. See if I can map everything out. There's the aqueduct in the spring. The abbey was the old fort up on the hill. And there's the rest of town. Hey, what's this building? I don't recognize it. So odd. Almost looks like an altar. What would an altar be doing in a salt mine? It's even carved out of the salt. Another inscription. It's not very formal. A worker must have carved it. Latius' soul ascended in the Mitharium. In the Mithrium. My soul will descend in this damned hall of salt. That's rough. Pottery scattered everywhere. I have a lot of these pottery pieces. I should find out if they're all from the same pot. Oh. Maybe? No, that's not it. Oh, no, 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 no. Right here. Got it. Figures on the pot lid look like they're telling a story. These paintings must depict an early myth, even before the Romans. Let's see. This must be Perchta. Those must be the forest spirits. Part of the wild hunt. God, the next part looks like a human sacrifice. Someone, maybe a chieftain, is sacrificing a man to Perchta. Bottom half of the lid continues the story. These look like spirits. They must be coming in to feast on the sacrifice. This must be how the ancestors tried to keep Tassin safe. They offered sacrifices to Perchta. This is part of our history, but I'm not sure that this is the best story to portray. I'll have to think more about it before I decide for certain. Alright, better keep going before I run out of oil in my lamp. Okay, this is the last thing. More Latin writing. We cannot enter the Mithraeum. We cannot enter the Mithraeum. We'll make our own altar to the gods. Sounds like the Mithraeum was some kind of temple. Never heard that word before. Maybe that's the building I didn't recognize. I should see if I can learn more about it. Won't be able to go any further with all this rubble. Suppose this is as far as I can go. Still, the murals on the wall showed me what Tassin was like before when the Romans were here. I wonder if I know what the Mithraeum was, or what it is. Putting the pottery shard back together showed one of the earliest stories of Tassin. I think I've seen everything. I think I've seen everything I can down here. My oil is running out. Time to climb back out. Get out of here. Better come out of this shaft before another rock comes crashing down. Jeez. Who was that? Even Apollo and Artemis would have helped me out of here. Well, now that I have some more information, I can make some decisions on the first section of Mural. What am I gonna do? You. Talking to you. Answer me. You need to be so rude. I'm Holler Brant, the Lord's gatekeeper. I give you courtesy when you merit courtesy. Why are you grazing pigs in the woods? I'm not. That's not my pig. I've been walking around this forest for hours. Other than the charcoal burner and the tinker, you're the only other person I've seen. Pig doesn't belong to you. What are you doing here? Does everybody have to justify being in the woods? I think you're still in the Lord's wood or illegally grazing your pigs. Yes. Alright, let me ask a different question. Whose pig is this? I don't know. The pig was in the woods when I came here. Ah, a mysterious lost pig. Who apparently belongs to no one. Any more pigs in these woods, I'll kill them on the spot. And those who brought them here. You understand? Fine. Mind your neighbors what happens when you break the Lord's laws. Jeez, dude. The Lord's been patrolling these woods, but I've never seen them before. Didn't realize they were so strict. Suppose I should consider myself lucky. Anyway, time to get out of these woods and get back to the rat house. Jeez, dude. Let's... I think the Mithrium is the building that I found back here in the last chapter. But I don't know that for sure. God bless you, Magdalene. God bless you, Father Thomas. You're not finding the tabernacle key. I'm sure it'll turn up eventually, Father. Yes, as the Lord sees fit. In the meantime, I shall keep looking. Knocking the door will be open after all. So there's a book. Let me check on Dad. Dylan. Oh yeah, let me go back to let me go back to Agnes. Because I need to need to pick up a some medication. Good day, Magdalene. Well, guess not. Oh. Let's go to the rat house then. Yeah, maybe. No, I guess I can't get started yet. Where am I gonna go? Hey, check it out, Il Peter. Hello, Magdalene. Hello, Hans. Hope your dad recovers quickly. He's a good man. I'm sorry, Magdalene. I pray it doesn't come to that. This town has seen too many terrible things, but we've recovered before. May the Lord will return your dad to health, too. Pray you're right. Be glad you have this time with him, I say. Wish I had as much with Helwig. Wish I had as much with Helwig. Anyway, I should get back to it. Alright, so... It's idle conversation. Hey, Magdalene. I heard what happened to your dad. How's he doing? Resting. He suffered a blow to the head. I'm worried, to say the least. Hans says his regards. The Bauer household is praying for a swift recovery. Thank you. And thank Hans as usual as well. I will. Klaus has always been such a bedrock of Tassing. I'd hate for him to die. But yeah. Sorry. Fine, I fear it as well. It's best not to ignore one's fears. Do you miss your father? You're real what I mean. I miss him. Kind of. I don't remember Joseph all that much. It's become a haze of sorts. A faint echo. A feeling. An occasional emotion. I was so young when he got killed. Mom said I had trouble understanding what happened for a long time. I understand. My mom, she's like an empty hole in my life. I have nothing of her. Oh, yeah, you never got to even see her, right? Not even in memory, huh? Suppose you have yourself. Suppose you have yourself for comparison. That modeled you after her. I can imagine how she could have been, like, stubborn and unruly, yeah. But can I know if I'm actually like my mom? All I have are stories from people. That's what it takes. I don't see... Guess not, but we know what happened 18 years ago. I don't understand why the town council is careful. I don't know. I'm not smart like you, Magdalene. Anyway, Winter Joel's closer. I have a lot of preparations to take care of. I truly hope Klaus recovers soon. I'll look after them both. Hello, Magdalene. How's the mural coming? I hear you browbeat the council into letting you do it yourself. It took some work, but I convinced them to let me paint the rack house, yes. Well, it's good to see those stubborn bastards can be moved. God may have made back from dust, but I swear he left some of them with rocks for brains, too. Did you know you ordered by just to check on my hinges? Not about enough of their silly projects. That Zimmerman boy seems to have a good head on his shoulders, though. Once you're settled down with them, you'll have a good life ahead of you. Come on, y'all. Well, sweet girl, I'm sorry. My mouth goes faster than my head sometimes. As some of Johan used to say. Your dad's only ever been fair with a friend to people like me, but he's a family man at heart, and I can respect that. You know, I hope he knows how lucky he is to have you looking after him. He regrets it, you know. What happened the night the Abbey burned. I'm sure he does. He could have made a real difference for us. Stuck his neck out, but he was scared. We all wish things could have turned out different. That's life, huh? Anyway, give my best wishes to your father. And take care of yourself. Thanks, Eddie. Until later. Until then. Hey, Magdalene. I think that if I would have convinced Klaus to stand up and perhaps get killed, that somebody else would be taking care of Magdalene. Martin. By the way, no, I had it wrong. The American remake of The Return of Martin Guerre was Summersby, and also not as good as the original. Nowhere near as good. But I didn't explore that thread, so I couldn't have seen if there were going to be multiple, multiple Martin Bowers. But I do like that there was a kind of an odd reference to that. It's... Hey, Max. Got your way with the mural, huh? Didn't expect you to convince the council like that. I can be pretty stubborn when I want to, Ots. Clearly, I'm impressed. The rest of the council has been arguing over the matter for so long. Even I couldn't get a word in. Then you come in and shut them up in a few minutes. We could use more women like you in the town. Plenty of opinionated women in town. Want to let us join the council? Well, you'd have to take that up with the Lord. Besides, I don't think any of them are as hard-headed as you. You're the exception, Magdalene. You always are. Clearly, you've forgotten about Agnes. She doesn't suffer fools badly. That's not what I meant. She's not... Oh, never mind. Forget about it. Anyway, standing up to the council like that was great. I know I'm on the council, but sometimes it doesn't seem like I have any influence. It actually seems insecure about his place on the council. Maybe an ass sometimes, but I don't like seeing him so upset. Maybe I should reassure him. You do, though. You vouched for me to do the mural in the first place. Only after your dad did. I still feel bad about that. I should have stuck up for you. Being the youngest one on the council has been harder than I thought. You know, Baltus and Werner don't think I'm acceptable. Don't think I'm capable. Even Paul has warned me about being too rash. My dad died trying to make a difference in this town. All I'm trying to do is carry on his legacy. But it seems like the others won't make room for any change. Keep pushing, nuts. We're stuck in the past, but we're looking towards the future of Tassing. Thanks, Max. Magdalene. It'll take time, but maybe they'll listen to me eventually. Ah, well. Better get back to it. See you later, Max. That ain't so bad. That's... okay. Andrus. Resi. How about bakery? Yeah, that's right. Gret, I don't have anything else to say. I could go back to... oh, let me see. Where else can I go? Well, let me go to the church over here then. See if I can't sneak my way in. Okay. Yeah, I don't have the key, but, I kind of ended that thread early. Let me, go back to... ouch, where to now? Back over here. I don't want to talk to Dr. Stolz. Stolz is kind of a huge jerk anyway, so... I'd rather not. What's your deal, Nazio? Don't know what that guy's deal is. Maybe I should talk to... oh, there's Paul. Good day, Magdalene. How's the mural coming along? I think I'll have to start the first part of the mural today. I'll paint the founding of Tassing and the Romans. Well, you won't want for any models. Tassing is littered with Roman ruins. It's almost a nuisance. I trust you'll take the council's opinion on the matter into account. I'll listen to you. Of course, you are the craftsman in this endeavor. Or craftswoman, as it were. All I ask is that you keep the Lord in mind. The mural is fantastic, but we have others to appease as well. I'll consider the Lord, don't worry. Glad the mural is coming along well. Get Mike said questioning about it. I'm so busy preparing for the council's next meeting, I don't have as much time with Anna as usual. Says I get a bit frantic when I'm overwhelmed. Is the council working on something new? We're considering yearly maintenance checks on every house in Tassing. The idea's had a bit more pushback than we've anticipated. I can understand the utility of the proposition, but it might feel like a nuisance. Precisely, that's the issue that we've run into. This would help protect those in Tassing who don't have the skill to fix things themselves. Widows like Agnes and Gret. But without instituting for the whole town, we can't enforce the proposition. In any case, the matter is far from resolved. I imagine spring will come before anything is actually done. I'd better get back to work. Thank you for letting me interrupt your day, Maglin. See you later, Paul. Can I help you with something? Well enough, even if I don't know why you care. People in this town have to stick together. I suppose, especially those of us who have little left, who've suffered and lost. Only my poor Dave, Linhart would have survived. Why did he die when so many lived? I'm just dead weight for Paul and Anna. I never should have escaped the mill. What kind of a life is this? Sad and tired shell of a woman. Forever alone, carrying the weight of death. Leave me be, please. Jeez. So I can't exactly... I can't explore this area anymore whatsoever. What the? Oh, hello, Magda. You wouldn't happen to be going to the convent? Why do you ask? Are you thinking of doing the pork mares? Maybe. Oh. What on earth would you want to do that? Be honest. What do I have to look forward to? With Dad's injury, me on what at 25. Older than all the boys in town. If they don't see me as a sister, they see me as a mom. When Dad dies, not anytime soon, God willing, I won't be able to claim the farm. I'll lose my home. With Anton gone, there's somebody to take it over. I understand times are tough, but are you sure this would really make you happy? It would bring me closer to the Lord. Shouldn't we all want that? Why not withdrawn from the trials of the world? Why not withdraw from the trials of the world? You know as well as I that it's not safe out here. Oh, jeez, why is my face watering so much? I don't know what to say. I suppose you should follow your heart. I trust it. It's a nervous and confused thing. If you're not driven by a consuming devotion, it doesn't seem like the nun's life is meant for you. Maybe so. 1 second. But joining the Poor Clares is a lifelong commitment. I don't know if I'm ready for that. I don't think you should join the Order. You can't throw your life away over one bad day. No, but I wouldn't be throwing my life away, Magdalene. Right. I want to live a life of meaning. I've always admired the sister's dedication. Besides, if I join the Order, Dad won't have to worry about what happens to me. I'll pray about it, but I think it's time to talk to Mother Francisca and the others. So I'll gather my own courage, what little of it I have. If you think that's best, just be sensible, Martha. I will. Until later, be well. Oh, I didn't go so well. Oh well. Be well. Oh, Thomas told you about your father's attack. You're incredibly courageous to run it out your soul so quickly. Especially when the attacker could have been about. Hildegard's Physica, medical treatise by Hildegard of Bingen, Satan Doctor of the Church, okay. Thanks to you, really, without reading Hildegard out. Well, I'm glad she came in useful, though I wish it were not in such dire circumstances. I lit an extra votive candle in St. Satya's shrine for each of you this morning. Dad says the pain has gone down, but Dr. Stolz is worried about a brain hemorrhage. I might have some mycelium left in the herbat. If you blend it with broth or warm wine, it'll heat his brain and prevent infection. Thank you, sister. I'm grateful for all that help and everyone in Tassing has provided. Church is the body of Christ, Magdalene. We're all one community, and I want to help Claus before his time. Okay? Cool. I've been around long enough to see his fruits even when I thought the devil had burned the fields. Keep faith, Magdalene. I do my best. Okay, cool. Correct. I'm hoping to speak with you. Do you perhaps have a moment? Of course, Mother. How can I help? Why did you take up the mural in the Wrath House after your father's terrible attack? Yes, I'm excited to paint the house this spring. Your enthusiasm and insistence is most troubling to some people in town. Yes, Magdalene, myself included. I understand how you must have struggled with your mother passing while you were so young. Without a maternal figure to guide you, it's no wonder your spirit has wandered and wavered from its nature. I'm not sure what you mean, Abbess. The pursuit of such trades is not for women. While supporting your father is laudable, taking on this work is imprudent. Plenty of young men and tasking worthy of you. Perhaps you have a different calling. I'd like to offer you a place here among the sisters. I understand you may disagree with my choices, but I'm not going to stop painting the mural, Mother Francisca. Unfortunately. Still have high hopes for you. Gosh. Some real suspicious people around. And I don't know Francisca's deal either. She hadn't been around for most of the game. Who are you, even? You're new here. Hi. Oh. Hello, Magdalene. How's your father? Hanging on, but Dr. Stolz is concerned that he's not improving. You must make sure that he eats hearty meals. The season makes it difficult, but he needs the best of what you have in storage if he's to heal. I'll send Nico over with a few good apples later. Of course she will. Okay. Wait, that's the same conversation I already had. Smokey or Vaxlab have something for me? Hello, is there something I can do for you? Knives need sharpening? I'm not sure. Is there? I'm Magdalene Drucker. I live in town. Vaxlab. Smokey lets me share the space with him sometimes. I'm a tinker. Travel around and help people out with sharpening knives, little things like that. Drucker, are you a printer's daughter? Yeah, my father's a printer. My father and I are both printers. Do you sample the wares much? As often as I can. That's left, don't. I'm going to get in trouble again. Trouble from me? No, don't you, Mr. Strucker. This one can't help but talk to people about all the strange things he believes. He reads all sorts of boons, talks to odd folks, gets ideas brewing in his head. Now that doesn't bother old Smokey none. But some other people a whole lot. Like their problem, not his. Exactly.
Sounds like there's nothing to worry about. Fine. You get run out of here again, don't blame me. Again? Do I want to know what happened? A long time ago I got into an argument with some people in town. I told Father Thomas. To his credit, he told them to let it go. But somehow an Inquisitor found out. Anyway, I had to leave for a while. Is that who Samuel was? So books. Strange ideas. Yes, the host. The Eucharist. The bread and wine. Body. The bread and wine. Body and blood of Christ. Well, a communion. What about it? More and more people are writing about rejecting transubstantiation. The idea that the bread and the wine of the Eucharist literally becomes the body and blood of Christ. Yeah, this is weird old Catholic belief of when you take communion of like bread and wine, when it enters, there's like a whole thing of Catholicism, old Catholicism, where they believe that bread and wine transforms into the literal body and blood of Christ. Here we go. And this is about the time where they started breaking away from that. There are two ways to look at it. The first is on the grounds that Wycliffe and Huss rejected it. Using our eyes, our senses. There's nothing perceptual that changes in the character of the bread and wine. I suppose that's true. Good, but there's also a second point. Even if bread and wine turn to Christ's body and blood, why is that necessary for spiritual communion? We're bound by the flesh, attempting to reunite with the light of God through the Eucharist. The act, the observance, unites our will with that of Christ. Present us through the remembrance, not the physical act. Are you following this? Absolutely not, and that's what I'll say if any Inquisitors come around. Are you ready to hear why it's important to disbelieve in transubstantiation? Yes, I'm certain this is leading somewhere good. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic, but alright. This all starts with Lucifer creating the world. God was the Word, and the Word was truth, and truth is light. The light is God's will. This light contains aspect, what we consider angels, facets of his infinite intellect. One of these aspects separated itself from God's intellect, and manifested in the darkness, his corrupt will, Lucifer. Power by what power did a portion of God's will separate from the whole? The will moved itself. His intellect, being infinite, also contained the capacity to transcend into the infinite. It exists outside the boundaries of infinite light. The corrupt will broke into an equally infinite darkness. In that darkness, Lucifer cast his false light, corrupted imitation of the divine intellect to create the world. All material in our world is inherently corrupted manifestation of that false light. That's a theory. We still have a connection to God through our intellect, but it is flawed by existing in our physical bodies. But you still believe it's going to be... Well, of course. Not in the way that you think. Of course not. Wait, he to be redeemed history. Prayer, abstention from material desires, sublimation and elimination of one. Okay. Just sounds like being a monk. No. Priests and monks are both corrupt agents of the business of the church. They've taken the simplicity of holy devotion and profaned it with pageantry. The saints, too. All this talk of satiate miracles, they're just stories. Church has led people astray. and hopes put the hope of people in meaningless rituals, faith in relics. Faith in relics. Got some interesting ideas, Vaxlav. Do you think so? I spent a lifetime thinking about it. Anyway, thank you for indulging me back. Of course. Till later. Seriously, I hope nothing bad happens to the Vaxlav. Okay. Old habits, I suppose. What brings you to my corners of the woods? More gossip? I was wondering if you knew anything about the old pagan and Roman mines. Mines? New interest of yours, Magdalene? I don't see the townsfolk strike out there as much anymore. Last I saw, those were those two twins making trouble. They know a way in, but I'll be damned if I ever set foot close to that place. Why are you so interested in over there? The mural in the Wrath House needs a section about the earliest days of Tassing. Mine's are the oldest part of Tassing, and you came with me in there. But you might have heard something. I don't know about getting down to the mines, but I do know a fair few stories about them. And the other Roman ruins around here. The old stories my father used to tell me when he was the burner of Tassing. The one about Mars and Tassia, and it's always my favorite. So I blame that on my youth. Tassia, like Tassia. Folk made the town after a pagan god. A Roman one at that. I don't mind telling you the tale, Magdalene, but I warn you, it's a bit bawdy. Well, I need something about the Romans to paint on that mural. Oh? Got me curious. Ah! I won't be scandalizing you. Can't have your father hounding me for any courses. But I'll tell the decent bits of what I remember. Alright, what's the story? Well, legend says that Mars was hunting in these woods and spied a fat boar for the taking. He just pulled back his spear when he heard a woman scream in terror. Of course, the creature ran off, and the god was angry at the loss of his quarry. So he trampled through the woods to see why a woman was in the forest and not in the local town. Why would a god be hunting in Tassing's forest? How should I know? Maybe he just wanted to brisk along. Besides, why would anything the gods do make sense? These were the old days, when spirits and ghosts prowled. What do you mean, prowled? Proud, you know, like spirits and other evil things do. Can't just say they walk through the woods like you or me. They prowled. Alright, keep going. So Mars found him in Cassia, bathing in a spring with a fat, ugly satyr goading her from the shore. Enraged at seeing the trap, Mars transformed into a wolf and slew the satyr. Ate her. And in return, well, heh. Cassia bathed the god, heh heh. Ah, I get it, they bathed. Heh, I did warn you, Magdalene. When Mars left the pool, he dripped onto the ground, and it blossomed with flowers and crops. They say that's why this valley is so fertile. Ah, We've been growing crops here for generations. People would want a reason for that, even if it was the gods. Oh my. You can see why I liked that tale in my youth. So much of what the Romans left behind was destroyed over the years, but I like that we still have these tales. You can never really destroy stories as long as there are people to tell them. Of course, the Romans left a hell of a lot behind too. The town is more Roman than Bavarian, really. Yeah, we are part of the Holy Roman Empire. Ah. How long it was a Roman colony. That and how much of the town is built upon the Roman foundations. Passing is actually much smaller now than it was in the Romans' day. At least that's what I make of it. The ruins go deep into the forest, and all the way to the old mine. Half of Passing is built on Roman stone. Take a walk around town and you'll start noticing things. We use their stone to build. The old temple by Satch's shrine has grown over, but the aqueduct runs for miles. Even the abbey used to be an old Roman fort. You can see some of the Roman pavestones if you under the road if you look hard. It may not be Roman, but this town is. Passing has been building upon itself for hundreds of years. What a beautiful idea. That's the way of things. Most people don't notice the old stones. Too busy in town to notice what's right in front of their eyes. Thanks, I should get going. Just keep an eye for any wolves or satyrs you might see down there, eh? Let you know if I see any. Thanks for your help. I should get back to the rat house and get to work. Well, okay. Now I can go back and do painting. But first... I can't do much there. Can I go down the hill yet? No. Alright. I think we're ready. I hope we're ready to paint. Hey Bags, how's the mural coming along? What? Oh, right. Magdalene. Sorry. Anyway, Magdalene, how's the mural going? Does it look like much yet? No work of art appears. Well, of course it doesn't look like anything now. I've only just finished priming the wall. Now I have to decide what to depict. Hard to piece together the history of Tassing when it happened so long ago. Since the Abbey Library burned, I can only rely on stories from people around Tassing. Even what I find out about Romans and pagans were obscure. I had to go into the old salt mine to find anything. At least now I know what to paint for the first part of the mural. So, what is it? Um... Human sacrifices, gosh. Yeah, let's... I mean, we could get really bawdy about it. That's up here. God, he's old. He was old at the start of the game. Now he's still old. Um... I could... Excuse me. Morrison as a wolf, the nymph. That's how the spring was blessed. Do I want to do that though? No regrets. Sounds interesting. Is that Christian or no? Might be a little worried Father Thomas might take it the wrong way. So what makes you choose this story anyway? I think we have to include the Romans in our story since this town was built on their ruins. Makes sense. Their stuff is all over the place. So I think Father Thomas might be upset about Mars and the lady. Thanks for explaining it. Of course, I want you to understand why I'm making all these choices. Now that I figured out that portion of the mirror out, I better start thinking about the next section. Leave you to it, Max. Island. Good night. So we're gonna paint something lewd. Sorry, Father Thomas. Mentioned a Matthew Fascini Sao that used to be a brother in Curacao. Said he knew a great deal about the Abbey's history. I should write to him and ask what he remembers. Oh, I have Esther's letter to answer too. I should write them both now before bed. Oh, before the book I wrote. Before I write, I should read that book the Sheets gave me. Maybe I'll learn something pertinent from the murals. Okay. I'll leave the house real quick. Did I just fix that? Okay. What about that jerk doctor? I'm starting to suspect that jerk doctor has some... He's just hanging out. He's just hanging out vibing. The old book. It was Baron's before Martin stole it. The Romans, having conquered the town, built up the walls around it, established many temples there. It's harder to read than I thought. The book isn't in great shape either. It's been sitting in a farmer's house for so long. Let's see. Here's a section about the various dedications erected in the town. That might be easier to read. I've raised a vision in a fields that Mars will be able to hold our work. Diana sat in a place with water oozing up from herself. What does that mean? Yep. Or fertility. Let us pray that he or she may defend the town. Well, this really makes sense. Maybe someone with better Latin than me can help me read it. This book is so big, though, it could be a lot of work. Ask Sister Gertrude or Baltus for help. Or or two. He's much better than Latin than anyone else in town. Maybe even Father Thomas, though even though Dad warned me not to bother him with secular books. Chances are slim they could help, but it might be worth asking about. I should finish writing my letters first. Alright, so Matthew and Esther. My name is Madeline Drucker. I'm the daughter of Tassing's town house. Father and I are creating a mural for Tassing's rock house. I want to show the history of the town and the abbey. I need to go to the sacristan at Pearsall and know a great deal about the abbey's early history. And you're a busy man, but we'd be most appreciative of any information you could give us. If you know of any other places where we might learn about the abbey's history, we'd appreciate it. I know it may be small comfort, but there are many in Tassing who regret what happened during the revolt. Mr. Gertrude is still here, went to Poor Clare's, and she speaks fondly of the old abbey. Thank you for your help, Magdalene. Esther. Forgive me for not writing sooner. So much has happened since I last wrote. Even as my last letter was en route to you, Dad was stuck in the workshop in the middle of the night. He survived, thank God, but his injuries are terrible. I worry about him. He's so dizzy he can't get out of bed. Some days his eyes become foggy and his memory fails him. Phil says that he's not going to recover, but it's only a matter of time that he succumbs to the injuries. I don't want to believe it, but it's hard to argue with Dad's condition. I have no idea who could have wanted to attack my father, or why. Note by him, too. All it said was, stop. It wasn't from the shop, because the script is the most elaborate hand I've ever seen. No one in Tassing has such skill in script, as far as I know. And anyway, I don't have the time to wonder about it. I've had my hands full running the shop alone while tending to Dad. More, the town council intends to cancel the mural entirely. I had a hell of a time to convincing them to let me do it instead. They made a fuss about my being too young, not experienced enough, not strong enough to be on the scaffold. You know how it is. I suppose I shouldn't have expected any better of them. Working on the mural has been a welcome distraction from the naysayers of my chores. And worrying about Dad. Oz has been coming over under the pretense of helping me prepare my paints, too. It's sweet, and I'm glad of it. Yeah. I'd like to have the whole mural finished by Christmas, if I can. I just want to finish it in time for Dad to see it. It would mean so much to him. Dr. Souls is right. I don't know how much longer I have. Hope you're faring better here than we are here. All my love, Magda. Alright, so...
We've got a few things we can do. Number one... Oh, let me see here. What have we got? What do we have? Sister Gertrude, Baltus, Dr. Stolz, and Father Thomas are my contacts on this book. Rip. It's across the bridge, though. Alright, so I think we have to go to sleep. I think we have to go to sleep. What? That's right. And 2 weeks later, Mr. Struckeren, a few more letters for you. Take care. Thank you, sir. Safe travels. Oh, the first letter is from Reverend Matthew. Oh. There you are. There's, Mr. Strucker. Still acquainted with your family during my years at Kirsa. Even so, I remember your father was one of the townsfolk who prevented the peasantry from burning us alive. Not overly inclined to assist the people of Tassin in their endeavors to catalog the origins of the abbey destroyed. Even so, it was a long time ago. In the interest of posterity and Christian charity, I'll tell you what I recall. Sometime after the Romans left, Christians settled in the region and built Kirsau Abbey on the ruins of a fortress. The abbey was founded by a noblewoman of the Kirsau family. She was both its patron and its first abbess. Perhaps 2 centuries ago, Kirsau changed to being run by an abbot. I do not know the reason, but many other devil monasteries did likewise around the same time. They have been done out of fear of being shut down, as devil monasteries were frowned upon by the Pope. That's right, the Pope at the time was, sadly, that's the extent of my knowledge. Your neighbors put any other records about the Abbey to the torch.
regards to the history of Kyrsis. Thus, to burn the history of Kyrsis. Even so, I've heard that sisters of the poor players have formed a new chapter at the Abbey. I only hope that their love of apostolic poverty have not truly impoverished the shrine of St. Moritz. Assuming they have not consigned the contents of Kyrsa's former occupants to a bonfire, you may find something there. It's hard to be overjoyed at the news of your neighbor's late regrets. Many of the injuries inflicted 18 years ago will never heal. Yeah, I know. Not undo what has been done. We can all find redemption. For love and reconciliation in the days ahead. In the end, that's all that matters. Winter comes swiftly. Huguenots and Lutherans plague my homeland. Huguenots and Lutherans? Huguenots, yeah, Huguenots are the French Calvinists. And yeah, and then the Lutherans, were pretty much, yeah, the Lutherans were pretty much see here. Thank the Lord you still live in a land ruled by the one true church. Hope this has been of some help to you and yours. May God keep and protect you. The most Reverend Matthew. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Another reply from Esther. Magdalene. Terribly sorry to hear about your father. My parents send the deepest condolences. If we can provide you anything from Prague, you need only send word. I know we are further away than is easy to travel, but I will see what we can do. I'll see what we can do. What Hashem allows. Relay the name in Hebrew. Way to refer to God indirectly in an informal conversation or writing. My father says that he remembers no one who would want to harm your father. Yet the night I was born, he remembers great strife in town. There's old blood over depicting the night of the revolt. That's all he can suggest. We pray for you and your father every day in our offerings. Then we'll make things right, in time. We will exact justice in the culprits. I'm encouraged to hear that the town council lets you continue the mural at all. The guilds here will protect your right to complete a job, especially once your contract has been reached. You give the men of the council too much grace. Why should you be forced to settle for their old ways of thinking? We live in a new age. An age where art and science have come together. An age where all may read the works of great sages in their own languages. Really, when your father recovers, I urge you, come visit me in Prague. But I'm glad you found some joy on your work in your work on the mural. You're all well here. Elisha is soon carving a new set of wood cuttings. Father has agreed to a new contract with the university. I found Simon. I found Simone. His family didn't move far away at all. Planning on working as a doctor in the city once the expulsion order ends. His parents have been meeting with mother and father quite often now. So I hope that I'll be sending good news in my next letter. With Hashim's help. Please inform us of your father's condition in the next letter. Be well. That's all the letters I have now. I should head home and check on Dad. Okay. Werner was supposed to come check on Dad today. Wonder where he is. Maybe I should try to find him later. Good morning, Magdalene. Good morning, Dad. Feeling any better? Your fever broke at dawn this morning. A little stronger. All things in time. Do you want anything to eat before I leave today? I'm working on the next section of the mural. Not so hungry right now. I'll be alright. You learned from the Archdeacon, yes? That's right. What did you learn from him? He still seemed sad. He was still upset over the Abbey's destruction. He did say that the Abbey was founded by a noblewoman after the Romans left. Everything else burned in the fire. How unfortunate. None of the brothers kept careful records of the monastery. So much lost in one night. The Archdeacon did suggest poor players might have held on to some of the records of the convent. should be able to learn about Tassing's history, Christian history from there. Excellent place to start. Sister Gertrude doesn't come out of the convent much, but I think it's worth asking her. Maybe Father Thomas knows something too. I should talk to him. If I recall correctly, the miller's wife has a long family history in Tassing. She may know something of the local history that others have forgotten. Else, I thought she moved here when she married. She doesn't have any relatives in town. Not anymore. Age, illness, and marriage took the rest of her family. But the Caviezel's used to live all up and down this valley. You'll talk to her, yes? I will, thanks, Dad. Maybe if something remained in the Abbey's ruins. I should definitely see what's left. Magdalene, you be careful. Those ruins are dangerous. I'll go for it. Just to take a look. Alright, wear a scarf too. Getting cold out now. I can feel it in my old bones. Don't worry, Dad. I'll see you tonight, alright? Alright, good luck. Okay. And that's still there. I wanted to ask you about Tassing's saints. I'd like to represent them in the Rathaus. I'm thrilled to hear it. The saints will make a wonderful centerpiece for the murals. Yes, understand, Father. I may incorporate them, but there are other possibilities. I will endeavor to convince you to include them. But you know there is one saint you're overlooking. Why, the Blessed Virgin, of course. Mary. Many people forget that Mary is the greatest saint, and she visited one of the peasants here in Tassing centuries ago. Virgin Mary appeared in Tassing? Why? Yes, she appeared to give a message. Centuries ago, a farmer in the fields had behind us had three visions of Mary. In the first, she told him that she wanted him to tell the Bishop of Freising that she had appeared. The peasant traveled down to Freising, but the bishop would not see or hear him. The peasant returned to Tassing and had another vision in the field. The merchant showed him a pattern, a labyrinth. She told him to draw it on a sheet of birch bark. Bring the drawing to the Bishop of Freising. The bishop attempted to turn the peasant away, but he could see the drawing of the labyrinth in his hands. It was the same image that the bishop had seen in a dream 3 nights earlier. He met with the peasant, who told him of 2 apparitions he had seen here in Tassing. The bishop was moved by the peasant's story, and he came here, to Tassing. And when the bishop came, Mary appeared to both of them. She told the farmer that the town needed to build this church. She told the bishop to support the town. And so the bishop helped in the creation of this church. People of Tassing have been using it ever since. When was the painting made? I'm not sure. Maybe 100 years ago? Maybe 300. And of course, I couldn't tell you the artist, unfortunately. But it's been here as long as anyone can remember. Thank you for the story, Father Thomas. If I convince you to include the saints prominently in the mural? Still considering it? Well, if deliberation fails you, perhaps you'll find that prayer gives you clarity. Bless you in your work, Magdalene. Okay, so... I don't know if Mary is going to make this mural. still so beautiful here, Martha. One more moment. Oh, hello, Magdalene. Dad, look who it is. Good morning, Mr. Strucker, and hello, Martha. Carl. How are you today? You still walking around the town. November hasn't grown too cold yet. Just also if Dad needs to keep using the leg or the pain will get worse. I'm getting old. Not so old you can sit around at home telling stories, huh? About the same age as my dad, aren't you? Boss has always been too stubborn to grow old. Shame what happened to him. You're not stubborn, too. No arguments for me there. Deer survives through sheer stubbornness. Given that the alternative is Warner, I'm glad I have something. Can't even find his ass with both hands. Dad. What? Anton would have made a better doctor than him. Ah, Anton, my poor boy. Poor Anton. Alright, Dad. Sorry, Carl. It's not your fault, Magdalene. Just a babe, then. I can't... My fault that he died. It's not. You know it's not. He should have been with me that night. He shouldn't have. I was a fool. The Abbey was the golden flames. The heat, you know. He wouldn't believe it. Cleared the hair off my eyebrows. I was bleeding. Anton tried to drag me out of the fight. God-forsaken Landsknecht stuck between us. I hope he burns in hell. Can't even imagine what that was like. How old were you during the revolt, Martha? 7 or so. I didn't understand what was happening. Someone brought Dad home in the middle of the night. It was dark, confusing. I was screaming outside. Mom and a couple of the men who brought Dad in were trying to patch up the wound, but it wouldn't stop bleeding. He kept shouting, "Where's Anton? Where's Anton?" There was blood on the floor. I had so much he threw up. I couldn't get you to stop. Couldn't understand where Anton was going. I tried to explain, but... Martha, my dear, enough of that. Go on. Did I? I don't know. But not to think I'm there still. The Abbey is always burning. My Helena passed not long after. I was left with Martha to care for. I had to keep going from Martha. And somehow my daughter grew into a wonderful woman, despite it all. I suppose that was all Helena's doing. Any good is because of you. I'm sorry I asked you to relive that all again. No. It needs to be told. Can't let people forget. Not here, not anywhere else. The Abbey burned. People died. We have to remember. And our children have to remember, because when no one else remembers any longer, then they will all truly be dead. Let me continue with the walk, Dad. Yes, dear. Feeling much more alive now. Be well, you two. Poor Carl. God. Trom Takagi. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing tonight? I'm playing Pentiment still. In Death Trap Dungeon, the interactive video adventure. Bugs, how are you? Hope you're doing well too. I'm working on Pentiment, and this is Act 3, so towards the end. This is a very Should be able to tell me all the convent's all about the convent's history for the mural. It's a very fascinating game. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I this is kind of a newer theme, but yeah, this is sort of a point and click adventure that has some RPG elements. Um, Basically, it's set in medieval southern what's now Germany, when it was part of the Holy Roman Empire. So there's a lot of stuff that sort of influences it, like both like religion and pagan practices, and you know, and the culture of the times, and kind of class struggles with against the against the empire, and dealing with the periphery of like the Spanish Inquisition, and just there's a whole lot about this. It's a really interesting game, and it's really different from anything I've played in a long time. Yeah, it's super heavily researched as well. I mean, um, like lots and lots and lots of medieval societal you know basically from the gamut of like you know theological culture to sort of even like scatological type writings that were done. Scatological humor from that time comes up a lot. It's really funny when it does. Um, it's pretty crass for being such a religious game too. So it's pretty crass and pretty blasphemous, which is great. I love all that. Of course, Maitland, I'll help however I can. Book, the Historia Taciae, and I can't read it very well. Can you help me translate it? Oh, I'm afraid my Latin isn't good enough to translate something like that. Its grammar structures are far too complex. Yeah, it's on Game Pass right now if you've got that for Xbox or PC. But it's also available it's on Steam and GOG, I'm pretty sure. Besides all that. Right, sister, I'll have to find another way. One more thing, if you don't mind. It's about the Rathaus mural. More paint? I believe I have enough gallons stored away. No, thank you, sister. I have more than enough paint. I wanted to ask you about the history of Gearsall, actually. I'd like to include the Abbey's founding and the history of Tassig's saints for the Rathaus mural. I wrote to Reverend Matthews since he lived at the Abbey, but wanted to see the place firsthand. Ah, Brother Matthew became a reverend, did he? He was always suited to such a role. I don't suppose that's what you came up the hill for. You're curious about the saint's history, yes? Yes, I was hoping you could show me around the convent and tell me about its history. The poor clerics don't allow outsiders within the convent, even other women. Mother Francisca wouldn't like anyone coming for such a worldly concern. Well, that makes my job difficult. Let me finish my lunch. However, Mother Francisca will always welcomes those who are considering joining the order. A young woman sincerely considered joining the convent. She may be allowed to observe and enter the sisters. Who knows what else she may discover while contemplating the holy life, huh? Ah, yes, I see. Forming the convent will take some time. Would you like to go see Mother Francisca now? No, I have other things to do first. Yeah, there's lots of animals in this game. And you can interact with just about all of them as far as the domestic ones. Very well. Come find me if you change your mind. I mean, you could tell me about this mural right there. There we go. There's the next generation, so yeah. Mouse Bungler. What a name for a cat. Mouse Bungler. Well, that's the son of Mouse Bungler. There's a spring back here that I can't get to anymore, but okay. Yeah, back here there's something else, but I can't get to it anymore. It was in the previous act. I don't know if I'm going to take the, take the obvious route of going to the convent, but what else we got? We got Artemis. There we got Ursula. Ursula! Hi, Magda. Need something? Maybe. I'm looking into the history of Tassin. Your grandpa said he told you a lot of things about the old ways. You recall anything? Yes, of course. Unfortunately, both my grandfather and Otilla taught me what they knew. Mine was still so sharp. Even up until the end. Sharp tongue too, as I recall. Is that where you learned it? maybe she unwittingly inspired me from afar. Oh, we could get into an argument here because we're both thorny. I'm grateful I got to spend time with her before she passed. What do you remember from them? Grandpa told me all sorts of charms and things to do to protect against evil, but I imagine you're not interested in that. He said that it was Perch who protected the forest from witches, not St. John. God and his saints would have dominion over the town and the abbey. Perch still watched over all of our wild places. What about St. Satya? Grandpa believes in the saints just as he believes in Perchta. Said Perchta's power is shown in certain places and times. There's no conflict for dominion between her and the saints. And Otilla knew all these old chants in another language. She told me what they meant, but I couldn't... But she couldn't translate them, I suppose. They had to do with Perchta, but also God and St. Ritz. So where did they come from? She didn't know, but I think I figured it out after she passed. There were some people coming through town, and I heard them speaking their language. It didn't quite sound like the words Attila used, but close. And they said St. Ritz was the patron of their home, too. Really? Where were they from? Rabund. They were Swiss. They said there was a holy spring in their town that had been blessed by St. Ritz. Romansch, spoken in Switzerland, dominantly the canton of Graubünden. The Romansch language developed from a blend of vulgar Latin and early German. Like I said, incredibly researched. I never heard it that one time, other than from Attila, I mean. It would make sense that Attila came from, we all used to know the chants, the language, generations ago. I don't know. Maybe we weren't always the people here. What do you mean? Maybe we came from somewhere else. Our families, I mean. People have been in Tassin since before the Romans came. That's what I've heard. People say the mine has been here forever. But, oh, I don't know. I'm just trying to make sense of things. Maybe there's no sense to be made of it. I don't know if any of that is useful to you. I'm glad Ursula told me all of this, but I can't imagine St. Thomas, Thomas approves. Probably, well, she's older than me. If she made it this far, I'm sure she'll be fine. I think. Even if it is... Even if it isn't useful, well, appreciates hearing about these things. I know. You should be careful, Ursula. Not everyone is as open-minded as I am. I just don't want you to get into trouble. Alright, I appreciate the concern. Thank you for your help. Anytime. I'll see you later. Till then. Yeah. Ill Peter. Hello, Magdalene. What's going on in the Gertner house? Hello, Magdalene. How's the mural going? Oh, my husband hasn't been bothering you about it too much. No, the council has been to work for the most part. I think Ots has something to do with that. That boy has his eye on you, Magda. At least he's using his authority to do some good. Usually that lot just meddle around in things that are best left alone. There's been a bad influences on each other, if you ask me. Yeah, they're chattering on about a yearly check of the hinges on every door in town. Hinges? Who gives a damn if the hinges on our front door creaks? Be fair, if your hinges creak, the door's integrity is at stake. Yes, well, I don't need to check every door in my house every year like it's a feast day. If there's a creaky hinge, I'll hear it. Anyway, I think it's good of you to be working on the mural. I wish Artemis and Apollo would take interest in something like that. Hello, Magdalene, dear. How are you? How's Klaus? Hard to know for certain. One day it seems well, and the next I can hardly understand his words. Oh, Magdalene, I'll keep praying for you both. The both of you deserve the best. Life's been hard enough for you already. Please let me know if you need any help around the house. I'd be happy to help. Here, thank you, Clara. That's so kind of you. I've been so busy in the rat house, I've been let the house go a bit. Not to worry, I'll come by and help. As then we can chat. Chatter makes chores pass quickly. All my children up and grown and no husband to care for anymore. Got to make myself useful somehow. Big George is still in the house though, isn't he? Oh yes, but he's a grown man with children of his own. He and Veronica are capable of caring for their own household now. Eva is taking care of us, and Ursula had Fabian have their own life together. They don't need me anymore. Ah well, I suppose I am. Thank God that my children are all grown and prospering. I do feel there's something missing in my life. After so many years of tending to them and maintaining a home, I don't know what else to do. I understand. I don't know what to do if I couldn't keep working in the printing press. You are a driven one, Madeline. The Lord has given you a gift. Never let anyone take that from you, even though you're young. You'll make a good life for yourself that way. I won't, I promise. Anyway, I'll come by later, alright? See you later. Cool. Conversations to set up other conversations. That's Pentiment.
Morning.
Hey, you'll freeze if you stay out here. I don't have the strength to carry him home. I have to tell someone. Maybe Baltus. Yeah, Werner's the town doctor, and also there's Nazio. Or Big George. She's strong. He can do it. What a mess. See, I don't know the deal with who this guy is, but I'm trying to figure it out. People. Corsican agent of the generous bank of the. Nazio is basically an agent of the bank that's managing. Basically managing. Basically Baltus's accountant. Or see, I can't tell if. Ciao, Magdalene. Ciao, Nazio. Come stai? Bene, bene. Good, good. The winter is approaching, no? What is it you say here? Perched a pinching at your nose? You cut under our customs quickly. Yes, Baltus is a good teacher. He's explained many of your funny Bavarian sayings to me. I must admit, they're rather charming, even if the language is a bit rough to my tongue. Will you be staying in Tassing long enough to learn more of our funny sayings? Ah, I should return to Genoa soon. Baltus and I still have some business to conduct. It's taken longer than I anticipated to complete. The accounts are, complex. I may be forced to remain a few more weeks still. Who knows? Must be difficult for you to be so far from home for so long. Baltus has made me most welcome, so I'm in no particular rush. I only wish to return to Genoa before any heavy snowfall. Otherwise, my journey will take twice as long. I'll let you get back to work then. Grazie, Mac. Until later. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's very, he's interesting. There was a guy named Samuel that was in the previous act, and I never engaged in a real conversation with him. But he also looked incredibly interesting. I came across a book about the history of Tassing. I was hoping you could help me read it. Oh no, not today. I'm far too busy for that at the moment. Nazio and I have our hands preparing the Christmas ale, you see. Of course, sorry to bother you. Not at all. Apologies, I couldn't be of more help. Well, hold on a minute. This is about a different matter. I found Dr. Stolz passed out drunk in the commons, sleeping in a ditch. Ah, I see. This is becoming an increasing problem, isn't it? I shall fetch an oxygen and be able to carry him home safely. Thank you for letting me know, Magdalene. Alright. So basically, I needed their help to get the doctor out of a ditch. Mission accomplished, exactly. See here. Okay, there's the. So I'm basically painting a mural in this building right here, and I'm kind of collecting parts of the town's history. Since my character was basically two... I think. No, one... My character was basically an infant when things went down in the last act. Alright. So, Agnes is basically the town's herbalist, kind of a natural medicine person. But, yeah. Craft? Craft. Hey, Magdalene. Come to admire Welch's craftsman at his best. Uh-huh. I suppose that means no. Alright, you made your point. It really and truly means no. I'd roll even more, but I'd fear I'd accidentally damage them. Can't have you damaging them. Never mind, I'll just roll them until I pop out of my head. Until they pop out of my head to save me from this. Oh. Oh. I love how mean Magdalene can get. It's great. I'll take that as a Pyrrhic victory at least. Have you come to see the repairs I've been doing then? Tell the truth, it's not going as well as I'd hoped. I assumed I'd hit a snag earlier when it came to the stone, or the tools, or my lack of artistic skill. But it's more than that. It's like, in my head, I can't see the right way. Besides, my dad wants me to help out on the farm, though. More. I want to be there, but Grandpa taught me everything about the craft. He really wanted me to succeed, and I do enjoy the work. But if I can't talk to stone, you know? Not literally, but I can see how lines of tension flow through the rock. I understand how to form one thing from the other, how to create, make something that lasts. Grandma even offered to sponsor an apprenticeship under Master Stone Mason. Dad will support me either way, but I still feel like I'm pulled in both directions at once, you know? And this is offering craft a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The right master, he can really make something of himself. He should go. His family will be alright without him, right? If you can support your family and it makes you happy, it's the right choice. When you say it, it sounds like the most reasonable way, doesn't it? But I still can't get away from the doubts. No one can fully escape their doubts. Don't let that stop you. I wish I had enough confidence and fortitude. Did you learn all that from Quells? Christ, this is hard. I don't know what to do. I think you should take the apprenticeship. I don't know. I like it here, and I have enough experience from Grandpa to keep going. Besides, if I'm gone, there's no one to look after the town's stone. The church's foundation is in serious condition. Who's to say there won't be another flood come spring? No, I think I should stay. I'll have to tell Grandma I've made up my mind soon. Well, thanks for listening to me, Magdalene. I didn't know it would be that crucial. To be honest, I'd like to reuse stones from the ruins of the Abbey. Father Thomas forbids it. Says it's unseemly. It's quality stone going to waste. I don't get it. Being meek as he always is. I don't understand Father Thomas sometimes. Alright, stay well. Until later, Magdalene. Until then, Craft. So, basically, they kind of handcrafted... Yeah, I know. They kind of handcrafted the fonts, and a lot of them are sort of handwritten to kind of match your character's perception of, like, how they talk to you. But if they're difficult to read, you can also turn on easy read fonts, which are still a little different. Are you know, are not as, you know, not as flourishing and not as colorful and not you know, however, but they're still kind of easy to look at. Or much easier to look at, rather. Okay. I've already talked to the minister. Who else do I need to get with? Yeah. I mean, I do too, but sometimes I just... Like, early on, it was kind of a bit to get used to. Also, this game has, big head mode. No reason. No reason whatsoever. I think we'll just make slightly larger heads for everybody. Not grotesquely larger head. NBA Jam style, yeah. But yeah, it's 007 as well. But the yeah, I think the main inspiration was definitely like the NBA Jam arcade games. Like Big George should have a big head. He's big. Do even the chickens have big heads? Oh, I have to check this out. Ow, my ribs. That's so good. That is so good. I love it. I love it. It's great. There we go. Hello, Madeline. Hello, Hans. Okay. I just said that. Health too. I think we've had this conversation. This is basically a repeat from 2 weeks ago in game time. The big-headed animals is hilarious. What about the background characters? Should I get the big head mode too? No, they do not. What a shame. Extremely funny that, Alright, Killian. Hi, Mags. Sorry, I can't talk for long right now. Hi, Killian. What's keeping you so busy? Oh, you know, it's almost December. We have to start preparing for the We have to start preparing for the festivities. The Not easy. Mom and Dad shouting at each other a lot. Nothing really gets done until I do it. Sorry to hear that. They've been gnawing at one another ever since I was a kid. Dad spends a lot more time away from the end. It's not a very busy time. He's around, they can get into arguments over any little thing. Why? Bad blood. Everyone does bad things sometimes, you know. When the monks were around, they told us all about God's forgiveness. Slav. It's about it too. That's what I try to do. Forgive. You've got a kind heart, Gillian. Yeah, maybe. I just do what I think is right. I should be coming along anyway. One step at a time. Learning about the history of tasking is a challenge. At least you can read in other languages. What if there's a history of tasking in one of those books no one here knows about? Hardly. I don't think this town has ever been important enough. Suppose so. I'm sorry, Magdalene. I really have to get back to work. Be well. See what Nico has to say. Nothing. Nothing, Nico. Hannah? Hannah's terrible. Hannah is terrible, and I suspect she might have, been a murderer. Magdalene. Well, that's right, I have to talk to somebody else in here. Hello, Anna. How are you? Keeping busy. There's always plenty to do around the house. How's the mural coming? Paul mentioned your progress is quite impressive. I'll have to thank him. That's high praise from Cal. I'm making steady progress. I think I'll be finished before the new year. That's right, the weird cleft ass F's in the middle of sentences. To kind of replace S's. That's a, wonderful. I'll have to bring Andreas and Ulrich sometime to see your progress. I won't get in your way, of course. I'm sure they'd love to learn about the process. Oh, okay, yeah, that's well more than welcome, but watch your step. There's plaster everywhere. Mixed a new batch to keep the wall moist. It's hard to maintain the right texture when it's so cold out. Oh, I can imagine. I had a similar problem when I helped my mother in the bakery. Rolling dough in winter was such trouble. We had to throw out so many batches that wouldn't rise. Hey! Hey! It's Andreas' hat. Your discipline is admirable, Magdalene. You know, I was a real rascal back in the day. Skipped on working with my parents more times than I can count. Oh. Oh, wasn't Big George who was the troublemaker? Oh no, George has always been more hardworking than me. I was a thief and a scoundrel. Yes, you were. It started with cakes from my mother's table, still hot from the oven. Soon it was silverware, mugs, trinkets I found around town. Ulrich's little hat even once belonged to Andreas Mahler, your father's friend. I stole it from his head, there we go. That happened. Of course, stealing is against the Lord's commandments. So my father would make me return everything if I hadn't eaten already and march me to church to pray. Father Thomas grew accustomed to seeing me more often than Sunday mornings. What changed? I grew out of the habit over time. I think I started to see why my parents had such devotion to the Lord. Stealing was my way of acting out. When trouble started in town, I realized that my thieving wasn't doing any good. Not to mention, I saw what happened to Martin Bauer. I decided I'd rather honor my father and mother's God commands. Okay. Be graced with Andreas and Ulrich on hard days. And with the rest of the sound, too. I think Ulrich would be proud. Thank you, Michael. That means more than you know. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I'll make sure you have... I'm sure you have plenty of mural work to do. Alright. Cool, 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 cool. Let's turn off that because it's... What a historical lettering. In the weird F's that replace S's, that's the medial S. Especially if you look back at like documents. I mean, the first place I learned about them were like original articles of like, you know, state early colonial and early state documentations, early American documentations as well. Used a lot of medial S. Magdalene, dear, what brings you up the hill? I'm going to ask you some questions about your family. That's telling me your family's been in Tassings for hundreds of years. Oh, is this for the mural? Not sure I want to get mixed up in that. I won't depict your family specifically, if that helps. You're one of the few people who knows anything about the town after the Romans left. The Mullers have been a pillar of Tassing for generations, yes. I'm afraid I only know a little about them. How much of that I've heard from others, Linhart didn't care to talk about the past. I mean, your family, the one you were born to. Your family name was Caviezel, right? Oh. Not a soul in town has asked me about my family in years. I was beginning to think my neighbors had forgotten us. I'm not surprised your father remembers the Caviezels. He was sweet on my sister before he met your mother. And the last of us left now. It's Caviezel, not Caviezelin? I've always been called Caviezel, as were my sisters and mother, and her mother before her. My grandfather told me the Caviezels lived in this area for hundreds of years. Perhaps even 1,000, but it seems impossible to imagine a time so long ago. Caviezels were they Romans? No, the Caviezels were part of the old people, the original Bavarian people. They helped to resettle Tassing after the Romans left. Built their new home right on the spot where they had been living when the Romans arrived. Interesting. Does that seem unlikely to you? Oh, who can say? Does the story need to be true? However, true it may or may not be doesn't matter, Magda. It matters that I believe it, and it connects me to my ancestors. When I think of the ancient Caviezels driven from their land, only to find it again and become Christians, they feel nearer to me. You understand? I think so. I don't remember her face, but when he tells me about her smile, I can almost recall it. Yes, it doesn't matter whether you really remember. When I sing my sister's favorite songs to Ulrich, I may not know all the words anymore. It's alright. Just as I may not know exactly how the Caviezels resettled Tassing. What matters is I feel close to her, and them, even though they are so far from me now. That is what stories are for, Magda. Now, go on. You've got a mural to complete. Thank you, Huss. You've given me much to consider. Alright, so... what else can I do? I mean... Not a greeting right now. Hmm. Betsy wouldn't know. She's not local. Indris is busy. Already had the conversation with Croft. Highness is whatever. Apollo's also whatever. Gretz is there. I'll probably have to do the whole, I'll have to do the convent side quest at some point, I'm sure. Because I think that's about all I can do at this point. Petty and Jed are busy. Oh. Let me see. Yeah, I can go back to the forest. Go to Smokey's home. Slav doesn't have much for me. Smokey also doesn't have much for me. Plants don't have much for me. Somebody collected the pig. Shot by an absolute jerk. Mr. Owl. Alright, so, like I said, there's a passageway back here, but I can't get to it. And that would lead me into the aqueduct and into, under the church. Or under the abbey, rather. Guest house is locked. The abbot house is locked and overgrown. But yeah, the cool thing about this is, depending on the decisions that you make in each chapter, and depending on who, you know, who you ultimately, you know, deal with in each chapter, and how the final, you know, the final main threads of the main story come together. The second and third acts, especially the third act, can be completely different. As far as I'm understanding, there's a version of the third act that doesn't even include this character right here. It would include, you know, either my old character or another character, depending on how I've influenced people, depending on who I've talked to. So, yeah, there's a lot of replayability with this, even though it's about a 15 to 20 hour game. Let's go inside and meet with another Franciscan now. Yeah, let's get this out of the way. This man with a joke. There's daughter, yes. What's she matter? Father Thomas is told to read your father's condition. We pray for his recovery daily. Thank you, Al. Such is our duty to serve the Lord and the community He provides for us. Give me mother. Evelyn is searching for a place in this world and contemplating the holy life. Thought of observing the sister might help her in her spiritual search, aid her in her spiritual search. She was encouraged by the idea. After calling you a convent, I'm more than willing to help you fulfill that divine cause. What brought this change on? Why are you interested in joining the Lord Bears? Okay, that working on our printing shop and painting or not. Dual duties for... How do you have turned for us to help? It is no wonder that you have felt overburdened by all of this. Please come. I'm happy to tell you more of our order. Oh, okay. Wow. Our small convent used to be part of the larger Kilsardable monastery. As I'm sure you've been told by Sister Gertrude. The poor Clares live far differently than the Benedictines who once lived here. We believe that it's not ours to produce, and live solely in the alms of the community of Tassing, as they see fit to give. Likewise, none of the sisters here own any personal property. We share this convent as a gift from the church. We believe that the Lord calls us into a life of poverty and service. Not entirely certain yet. I'd like to explore and look around, get a feel for the place. You must not have understood me. You deliberately closed yourself off. Don't have a lay woman bothering the sisters from their duties and disturbing the rule. Well, Sister Suzanne, to show you your duties. Our duties. Please take your time. When you are finished, please come find me. We'll discuss your decision to join. She never finished. What? Truthfully, I'm not here to join the convent. Looking for references for a mural and painting the roundhouse. Well, I'm going to take a look around. Where are we going first? Convent has many parts. The kitchen, the aquarium, chapter house, the yard, the old workshop, though no one uses that shed anymore. I'll leave you to decide where to go first. Margaret! Oh, they've really... The kitchen. It's not anything that interesting here. Mr. Marion, they're just about to take care of most of the kitchen duties. Everyone pitches in when needed. I can't interact with this grate. I have a feeling about this grate. You delivering something? I'm considering joining the convent. Brought me such joy to this silly child. I haven't actually joined yet, sister. I have a strong stomach. She could help Sister Yesbow and me in the kitchens. I enjoy preparing meals for the sisters that nourish us, but I can never bring myself to butcher the animals. Yesbow has graciously taken on that task for me. He tests us, but I feel that me. Yeah. Butchering of any animal is wrong to the rule of St. Francis. Because suffering any living creature is unnecessary and evil. Yet God granted Adam and Eve dominion over the animals. Seems fairly simple. Is there anything here from the convent's founding days? No more than the structure itself, I'm afraid. Cookware needs replacing over the years. Though some nights a ghost appears to me by the cook fire. A lost spirit, trapped between heaven and hell. Mr. Marie, not this again. Not tonight, please. On my vows, I swear I saw a figure raised to the ground at visions. I'm so frightened. I fell prostrate and prayed to the Lord to save me. Dawn and dusk are the hours when the boundaries between this world and the spiritual world are the weakest. We may be the newest arrivals here. The convent is very old. Perhaps there was something Roman underneath the foundation centuries before. Spirit may seek to know the presence of God now that it rests on holy ground. A Roman spirit might be. I don't know if the council will approve, though. If the spirit was crying out for help, trapped beyond heaven's reach. Why don't we keep going out? It's better not to get Sri too upset. Of course. How goes the cooking? As well as the Lord wills it. I'm worried about her. I'm worried that a finger's going to end up in a dish. He's giving me a gift, just as I gave Paul a thorn in his side. So too did he give me the pains of age to strengthen my faith. It's a weird way of looking at things, but you know, it is what it is. Leave the Lord with us. Down in this world, suffering will exist. I've chosen to find meaning and devotion to the Lord by hardship. I understand. Well, wow. Yeah, I don't think so. Look at that. Chapel where we all gather for Mass and liturgy. The oldest part of the convent. And most drafty. Well, again, Sister Gertrude. Sisters have done some minor retouches over the years. It has represented the abbey from the earliest days. Oh, there's the tower and the library. Cloister is still being constructed here. The tower was Bergfried long before freestanding. Yeah, that's right, because this was built on the ruins of a Roman fortress, long before the structure became a monastery. The duchy gifted it to the Benedictine order after the Holy Roman Empire grew. They had no use for it as a keep. These walls have protected passing from the attacks of spirit and steel for generations. That here too. God called Lady Sabine to lead our sisters and brothers in 1261. Lord Kirsau's castle was destroyed by fire. Lord Kirsau's castle was destroyed by fire in the year of the death of Emperor Frederick II. Only the tower remained. Well done, Michael. Yes. First list the abbey's founding date. Lady Kirsau was actually the one to suggest the old castle be turned into a double monastery. We added the second shortly after the revolt. Neither of them and I thought it would be fitting. Even if the sisters were not here, some record of what occurred would remain. Kirsau is unique. A double monastery with two saints, one male and one female, to guard the town and the abbey. It's fascinating to think that even before the Duke gifted it to the church, the fortification was sounded by St. Moritz. Saints have a long history in these lands. Many things once thought lost are truly foundational to how we live. I'm glad to have helped. Awesome. Awesome, we're collecting all the data. Convent Aquarium. This is basically the other side of the Crystal Aquarium. Most of the Abbey's visitors come in here, but aren't allowed to enter. We aren't allowed to go into the outside world either. My mother Francesca said, isolation is part of our vows. Sister Gertrude once told me the old Benedictine sisters used to go out into town sometimes. They even talked to the men on occasion. Now I'm stuck here, staring at these walls for the rest of my life. Doesn't seem like Sister Sudan thinks much of her life here. I can't blame her. Even so, She doesn't seem to have the passion that Sister Gertrude and the others have. She hates her life so much, maybe I shouldn't encourage her to leave the order. Better to leave while she still has a future ahead of her. After all, there are plenty of young men in Bavaria that would make good husbands. Still, there may be some reason she chose to stay. I don't want to overstep my bounds. I don't know. Father promised me to the church as a baby. Some oath he swore when my mother... Oh, gosh, that's horrible. Mother struggled in her pregnancy. There I was, dropped into the Poor Clares. Summer I turned 17. And they took you in just like that. I'm so sorry. No one should be forced into a life they don't want. We daughters are born to bear our family's legacies. Between our legs or on our backs, it doesn't matter. Family is devoted to the church. I've only been in the convent for 2 years, but I'm trying my best. I don't mind the prayers, the hours. I'm sure of my devotion to Lord, but this isn't what I wanted. Since when did a woman ever get what she wanted without being punished? Eve couldn't even manage it. Understand. I have more autonomy to go where I want, but I'm still bound by the expectations of marriage and homemaking. Ah, I remember the days of running around town. I wish I could have gotten married. I wanted to be a mother. Sometimes I get jealous of Sister Gertrude, even Sister Marguerite. At least they got to see something of the outside world before they were 20. Get Matilda and Rousseau. They used to be part of Pearsall too. Oh yeah, them too. Thanks for listening, Magdalene. Anyway, let me show you the rest of the cloister. I hope you get to leave, Sister Suzanne. Do what you want. Alright, this is back to the courtyard. Colder today. Not much in the yard that could help you, I think. Anything here that was here is long covered in weeds. All I know about this place is that the walls were added when the convent built onto the monastery. Oh, bless you, Sister Benedicta. Simply done. This ice is hard. I recognize you, Sister Benedicta? I think I've seen you in town once or twice. Yes, you would have seen her. Sister Benedicta is the youngest of the sisters. Mother Francisca only allows only one sister to deal with the townsfolk. Benedicta received this privilege. Burden, more like. To run around everywhere, gathering all the food and doing all the chores. I'd rather be inside where it's warm. Growing up in the convent, anyway. Considering, alright, it would be nice to have another new face around. Let me keep you. Actually, Sister Benedicta, I wanted to ask you some questions. Might be a nun? I don't mind it at all. It's far quieter than home. I don't have to share my bed with siblings anymore. I like to help the older sisters, and I don't mind the chores. Not when it's cold like this. We seen any mysterious figures or ghosts lately? No. Everything has been normal recently. I haven't noticed anything odd. What about Sister Marie's ghost? I think it's Mauritius myself. No. Who? Mauritius. Didn't tell my Francisca this, but I found an old book about Christian legends hidden in the workshop. That a Roman commander named Mauritius conquered Tassing, but the colony failed. Most of the town was empty until Christian refugees found the town hidden in the valley. It was a miracle. I wonder if this is a different retelling of St. Moritz saving Tassing. Oh, maybe. I don't remember if the book mentioned any saints. The Latin was hard to read. Anyway, when Sister Marie said she saw a ghost, I thought it must be Mauritius, trying to get us out. A Roman ghost couldn't be happy about his tower being turned into an abbey, could he? What did you do with this book, sister? Oh, well... I had it with me in the kitchen one day, and, well... I accidentally laid the fire poker on it. It's unfortunate. Tried to fix it, but it's unreadable now. Sorry, Magdalene. Alright. Book probably would have... Suppose it's better than the book got some use before it was lost forever. Besides, that story gives me ideas for the Rifles mural. Thank you for telling me about the book, sister. I won't tell my different she's got. Thanks, Magdalene. Art studio. Cool. Workshop is covered in dust. Yes, this was the Benedictine Sisters workshop. They used to make badges and art for the pilgrims coming to see the hand of St. Moritz. Looks like everything was just left here after the fire. Nothing's been used in years. Can't subsist on painting. And the poor Clares don't produce goods for sale, so we have no reason to be in here. Art allows us to find beauty in life. In Christ, the Father clothed the lilies of the field in beauty. I agree, but not the role of the poor Clares. Mother Francisca considers art a temptation and a heathenism. Mother Francisca doesn't let us come in here, unless to put something in storage. I've been a few times and noticed that the brushes have gone missing. Paint pots, too. You think one of the sisters is secretly painting? Oh, Lord, no. We all live so close together. The comment for something like that to go unnoticed. In any case, I think it's sad the workshop is left like this. Truthfully, Magdalene, I don't think you should join the convent. Even if that's not what you were here to do anyway. Gertrude talks about you, and you seem to love your art. Without it, you would hate it here. Old parchment scrap here, what? Looks like scrap from the manuscript. There's something in Latin written in the margin. The Mytherium of Tassing has been destroyed by flood. That was the Metrium. That's the same word I saw in the Roman section of the mine. Wait, this might be from the book Saint Sister Benedicta found. I wonder why it would mention the Mithrium. I don't know. It's not a word I ever heard before. There's certainly nothing in the convent about it. Well, the note says the Mithrium was destroyed, so I suppose it doesn't matter much now. Yeah, I knew that was the old badges are beautiful. I hope the pilgrims who bought them loved them too. Well, you've seen the entire convent. There's not much here. What do you think? I understand why people chose the holy life, but it's not for me. Not without art. I see. You've dedicated your whole life to your work. You'd struggle to give that up now. It's been so long since I've spoken to anyone from outside the convent. I'm reminded of the life I once had. Now you have me thinking about whether or not I should remain with the sisters. No. I do, though. The sisters have taken care of me. They love me and I love them. Well, even back my life wasn't my choice. They accepted me. Who knows? Maybe it will get better in time. I guess there was a cloud of the couple that left. Anyway, we should return to Mother Francisca before she suspects something. A lot today. Thank you for showing me around the convent. Well, what's your assessment of the poor Clares? Is the good Lord calling you? I think I prefer my books at printing. In any case, Then I might take over for my father. Be careful, this mural does not become an idol for you, Magdalene. Just as Eve had a weaker will than Adam, you're liable to stumble on the fruit of temptation as well. Our community is quite modest compared to the splendor of an old Benedictine house operating under the rule of a powerful abbot. I see why fewer women are drawn to the order these days. Thank you for allowing me inside. Alright. Well. Ah, Magdalene. How did your little expedition go? Well, frustrated there's so little left of the old abbey and saints. But there's something I don't understand. The abbey was so prosperous. Why didn't the monks rebuild it after the fire? What a task that would be. The chapel was beautiful. The stained glass always caught my eye in the mornings. There was a great deal of anger and sadness at Tassing that night. The abbot felt the brothers and sisters were no longer welcome in Tassing, and moved on. In truth, the abbey's dissolution was inevitable. Kearsau was running out of money, and patrons. The riot and the fire were simply a particularly awful and painful way to end the monastery. Did anything survive the fire? Some of the buildings are intact, but all are terribly overgrown. I dared forage in the rubbish. I doubt you'd find anything of help for your mural inside, other than charred wood and parchment. I'm sure it might still be worth taking a look, if I'm careful. I worry after you sometimes, Magdalene. I really do. Thank you for all your help, Sister Gertrude. You're most welcome back. Okay. We're getting some stuff. We're getting some stuff done. We're finally... Well, that was... I don't know. I did learn more about the founding of Kearsau. And that illustration for the manuscript, the Mithrium, is like that one in the mine. Is that part of the history of the Abbey? Casting? Must be written down somewhere. Only the library hadn't burned down with everything in it. The ruins are right there. Maybe not everything is destroyed. Oh, I think going through that. Well. My God, this is amazing. Wonder what it must have looked like before the fire. Everything collapsed in the fire. I'll have to be careful climbing over this rubble to get past. Don't break it. Don't break something. Oh shit. Well. Oh no, I can't get up there. If I climb, it might collapse further. Well, that's fine. We'll find another way out. There's nothing left of the old staircase. Guess I can't go this way. These vines look go all the way to the top, though. It looks sturdy enough to hold my weight. Well, there's no other way out. I can see all of Tassing from here. Wonder if I can piece together the foundations for the Abbey and find a way to get to the library. I bet I could get down this way. The roof looks pretty stable. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. I remember when the library burned down. Dad told me I was just a baby, but I remember flames coming out of the windows. So many people were screaming and running around. I cried myself to sleep that night. I haven't seen this place since then. It doesn't look like there's anything left inside. I suppose it was too much to hope for. Well, Magdalene, how are you going to get out of here? What's that? Roses seem to have made the Abbey their home. Glad something beautiful is still growing here. Down to the cemetery. Oh my. Cats! Feral cats! What if there was always this many cats at the Abbey? Perhaps can ask Wilslav what he remembers during his time here. I wonder if one of these is the child of one of the cat that I fed in the kitchen. This is a mess. Sad. There's the exit right there. Oh, we're going to the chapter house. Oh, wow. Oh, a mural. Still worn, but I can see figures. Oh, there's some new stuff added to this. Oh, wow. These figures look new. This paint can't be more than a few years old. Someone's been adding to this. It feels wrong. Who would add new figures for the Dance of Death? Why? People, these look like people from the town. Oh, here. From here. People who died. That must be the Baron. That's Otto. Wait, is that... Someone's here. Hello? Who are you? Thread Puller? Hello, Thread Puller. Mystery Thread Puller. Door. Whoever was watching me must have opened it. I don't like this. I think I've seen everything out in the Abbey. I want to get out of here. I'm just curious as to who this... The Thread Puller, huh? When did it start snowing? I should get back to the Wrath House and get to work. Hey, Clara. Magdalene, dear. Hello, Clara. Thank you again for helping me look after the house. I can't tell you how much more time this gives me to work on the mural. No trouble if you have your hands full as it is. You know, Dad really enjoys the company while I'm working, too. Sleeps most of the day, but he's been in good spirits whenever I drop in on him. You keep a clean house. Well, aside from the workshop, but I can't blame you for that. I left that for you to take care of. I don't want to damage any of your supplies. Thank you, Claire. Truly. You've been a blessing to us both. Oh, you're such a dear Magdalene. God bless you. I'll clean it up later. The mural is more important. Let's go see Dad. Real quick. Okay, nothing. I'm gonna see if there's new conversations to be had around real quick. Agnes? Agnes. Agnes. Nothing. Alright, let's get to work. Magdalene, Dr. Stoles. You're doing quick with the bureau, eh? Hope that doesn't make you sloppy. Well, I've rigged the scaffolding sheets and so that enough air can flow through. That way the layers dry quickly. Ah, yes, how very clever of you. In any case, the council wants to hear what you're doing. I've been researching the history of the early Christian history of Tassing, after the Romans left. Learning how people settled in the ruins, how the abbey was founded, and why our saints are so important to us. It was a lot to take in, but I've settled on my subject. And... I'll put the Bavarians well in the Roman... in the Christian history of Tassing. It's kind of an in-between. Could be either of these. Find that ignoring the saints and favors. Even so, I suppose it's an important step in the history of Tassing. Remember. There's a section, there's so much work to do. Ah, yes. Poses difficulties the other bureaus do not. Strange to tell a story that still lives on in the hearts of so many people here. I don't think anyone wants to talk about it. They've all just locked it away. Looks like you have your work cut out for you. I'll leave you to it then. Have you ever seen anyone lurking around the Abbey? Heard about it? I've been up to the Abbey in years, and no, I haven't heard much of anything like that. Why? Seen someone following me. A few times. No, I don't know anything about it. No, there's nothing else. I feel like I don't know. Now, I have the final part of the mural to finish. How should I paint the rules? Dad always talked about how the Archdeacon was the only one seeking justice in those days. What's his name? The only name I can remember is the name of the Archdeacon who came to Tassing when the burying was held. Jacob Estler. If he wrote an account of the revolt as an Archdeacon. I'll write to him and ask. Of course, I need to write back to Esther, too. I'll write to her tonight. Or bed. Another note. How did this get here? Stop. It's just like the note Dad found. They're trying to scare me. If they don't stop, are they going to try to kill me next? Need to ask Dad about this. Can't be a coincidence. But he's been so weak. Don't want to upset him. Need to wait for the right time. Hope there is a right time. Gosh.
Oh, Father Thomas, can you spare a moment? I found this book, but I can't read the Latin very well. Can't afford that much time away from my duties right now. There's some sermons coming up, but I've already fallen behind on Advent preparations. Would the matter wait, perhaps? I'd be happy to look into it after the festivity. Okay. Okay. Notes. I'll write to the Archdeacon. One of the Archdeacon of Fresno. My name is Magdalene Druckering. I'm an artist in the town of Tassing, in Upper Bavaria. I believe you passed through the community when you investigated Baron Rothvogel's murder at Kirchhoff Abbey in 18. You remember anything about that case that the people in Tassing might not remember? In particular, do you remember anything? Did you see any evidence that might suggest that there was some sort of larger conspiracy at work? Thank you for any help you can give. Magdalene Drucker. Your sister. I hope you're well. You must know how tremendously happy I am for you and Sigmund. And Elisha too, of course. And your parents. It warms my heart to know that your family is doing so well. By the time that this letter reaches you, I expect winter will have unfolded in Tassing. It's already freezing at night, so I've reorganized the workshop so that the inks don't deteriorate. Do you have to worry about that in Prague? She said it snows, but I imagine it was warmer in winter. Dad's condition is so much worse and he's in so much pain. Dr. Dulles was... well, he's been a useless ass. Only God knows why he's neglected such a bitter old man. He's neglected Dad almost entirely. Some days he doesn't show up. Even if he does, he just snaps instructions at me and rushes off. Just wish I understood why. I worry about Dad. I've asked Agnes for help, but there's only so much we can do alone. He's not going to make it, and there's nothing I can do. Scared, Esther. Muriel's progressing well, but I can't shake the feeling that someone's following me. I keep seeing this figure around town. After exploring the mines to see Tassing's early history, and then again in the Abbey ruins. No one in Tassing has seen anything. Some of the nuns say they've seen ghosts. Strangest thing. Given me a fright a few times already. Found a strange note left on my bed, matching one I found by my dad after the attack. I only read the word stop. I only read the word stop. Like a warning. Stop what? The mural? I can't stop that now. The person following me is the one writing them. What? What do they want? I don't mean to worry you. Nothing's happened to me yet, so I think I'll be safe. The only good news I can share at the moment is the mural is almost finished. I should have it completed by Christmas, or soon after. Before the New Year, at least.
And perhaps at long last, I'll be able to visit you and meet this Simon. Anyway, I fear that this will be my last letter of the year. The Rock's post has already been late, and reported worse things still through the passage. Seem to be stepping into a harsh winter. Stay warm and give my regards to your family. And soon. As always, Magda. Okay. Well. Go to sleep. Go to sleep for another 2 weeks. In game time. And I expect, or maybe 4 weeks, who knows. It'll probably be December. It'll probably be like, yeah. Oh, it is about 2 weeks. 8 in the morning on December 4th. Mr. Strucker, only one letter for you today. Pass is nigh impossible to traverse. The heavy snow is hard on this horse, and me. Anyway, happy Advent, my dear. Thank you. Same to you. Oh, we'll have a reply from Jake Bestler. Mr. Strucker. I do recall the Ross Vogel case, but it's been over a decade since I served as an archdeacon. I'm no longer associated with the office of Prince Bishop. In fact, I'm no longer associated with the Catholic Church. If you do not mind conversing with a Lutheran, I'll tell you what I remember. I investigated several murders as archdeacon, but none had the curious specter of conspiracy that haunted Baron Vogel's. The peasants burned Kearsarge. I read a report suggesting the conspiracy was behind the murder of the town carpenter as well. It was around this time that I did some research of my own into Father Godot's predecessor, Father Matthias. While no one suspected foul play at the time, I had reason to believe that his death may have been connected to the other two murders. If that is the case, a serpent lain coiled in the bosom of your community for decades. Has lain coiled in the bosom of your community for decades. May laid there still. What causes this serpent to awaken every few years to stage a new killing? I fear that finding the answer to that question may draw you into its reach. However, if you're determined to find the source of the trouble, I believe you must inquire with your neighbors. I urge caution in your investigation into this matter. If the serpent merely sleeps, it may be dangerous to poke into its old resting places. I hope this has been of some help to you. God bless and keep you safe. Jacob Estler. Jacob. No reply from Esther this time. Must have been delayed due to the heavy snow. Postman says I won't receive any more letters until spring. Better get back to the raft house then. Still more work to be done. Morning, Dad. Finally caught up on the mural, and now I can start the final part today. Promise I'll get it done. Proud of you. Thanks, Dad. Dr. Stoltz said you can't come to the festivities tonight. I know how much you love the Persianlauf. The Persianlauf? Dramatic folk ritual celebrated around Christmas time. There's always next year. Right? How are you feeling? Dr. Stoltz says he would come by again today. Ooh. Maybe I should... Alright. In fact, my spirits are lifted today. It's Christmas Eve, after all. What's wrong? And I found a note back in November. There's a note I found in your plans for the murals. Scrap of old parchment. Looked like it came out of an old manuscript. Elaborate writing, purple ink. It just said, stop. You know where they came from? Who wrote them? Magdalene, God, that must be Otz. Did he drop by with the more firewood? If you know something, I'd like you to tell me. Alright? I know. I will. Can we talk about it later? Will you? I promise. Take care of yourself out there. Not Klaus. That's... I don't think it's gonna be Klaus. I think it's gotta be somebody. Gotta be somebody else. Morning, Magdalene. Morning, Utz. Cold out, isn't it? Breathing. Makes me envy Nico, able to stay inside all day. Even Indris has his forge to keep him warm. There's Nico. There's Indris. Anyway, here. I brought some more firewood for you and your dad. Thank you, Utz. You're welcome. Oh, how's your dad? You think he can join everyone for Christmas Mass? I think he'll stay in bed tonight. I'll do my best to be there. I need to keep working on the mural, though. Working on the final section. Oh, the Peasants' Revolt, right? Feels weird to talk about. It affected Sassing so much. We were just kids. Can't remember what happened, since I was just a baby. I never even knew my dad. That's what makes it difficult. I need to ask those who were already adults that night, but I don't want to touch raw nerves. I spoke to people while everyone was preparing Christmas festivities. Sarah sometimes talks about that night. Mom, too. You might be able to ask them. Olslav and Matilda are the only two Benedictines left in Tassen. Maybe they'll talk to me. Didn't think of that. Still, the mural is for Tassen, not the old abbey. Agnes has always been in Tassen, right? I'd go to her if I were you. Said she helped bury everyone who died that night. Wonder if she'd talk about it. Yeah, I don't know. It's your project, Madeline. Might be worth a try. I wrote to the old Archdeacon about it. He thinks that the Baron's murder and Otto's murder, Otto's death are connected to the revolt. The who? The man who came to Tassing for Baron Rothvogel's murder. What about him? He was the judge for the Baron's murder. What if all the deaths in Tassing are connected? I don't see how that old Baron has anything to do with the revolt. Are you feeling alright? I think you're looking for connections that aren't there. Maybe this mural project is getting to you. You're right. I just can't shake the feeling someone is following me. Acting weird. I'll figure it out somehow. Thanks for the wood. See you later, Max. Ugh. Nothing's right. I should start talking to people around town. I'd better get started if I want to talk to everyone before the... Porchlav. Okay. Oh, again, mad one. You getting ready for Christmas celebrations? You are quite a busy young woman. But you told me your father was injured. How is he? I don't know the last thing. He's not doing well. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope for the best. No one wants to keep you from your tasks. Next time, do you want to come over to Christmas season? I give you an offer. My beliefs in my, well, how I look. Best if I stay out here. I'll be fine.
Thank you. I'll see you later then. Merry Christmas, Fox Love. Merry Christmas. Oh, my God. Waterfall is always so beautiful. We're lucky. Even during winter, it never fully freezes over. Okay, so the snow pretty much covers the again, I can't make it past here. It's not just shrine. Oh, it looks so beautiful covered in snow. Let's go up to the Abbey. Guest house. Hey, Delirious, how you doing? I'm wrapping up on Pentiment. And once I finish this, I'll be playing a, kind of a shorter game, actually, I think. Called Far Changing Tides. Okay, so the Abbey is snowed in. I can't go to the Abbey now. Okay, well, I hope you're gonna do alright. I actually get, just about to take a short break, just to, freshen up, go to the restroom. So, let me put this on hold. But, yeah, I'll be right back in, like, 5 minutes, or so. But, yeah, hope you have a, yeah. I mean, you know, it's just, I mean, just, go with what you're feeling, really. I mean, that's my best, advice, honestly, that I can give you. I think that people work best when they play what they really like. And whether that's a whole bunch of different games, or whether that's one specific game, or whether that's a handful of games, you know, it's just, you know, what you're feeling, really. Yeah, I mean, just play Sonic. That'll work. I mean, I'm not really, you know, if you enjoy Sonic, play Sonic. If you enjoy whatever, play whatever. I mean, like I said, I think that more people should play exactly what they want to, and not sort of be guided by, you know, not sort of be guided by what's trending, or what, you know, what common advice suggests to people. I think it's just better for the sort of the environment of Twitch and streaming platforms altogether if more people just play, you know, do exactly what they want to on the platform. So that's just my point of view. Anyway, I have to. I'll be right back. Actually, sorry, I'm not running away from anybody. I just have to, yeah, take care of things. But I'll be back.
Let's take a poll here. I'm gonna put a poll up, okay? On the chat. Team Tifa or Team Barrett? Joe Storms is here. Please tell me you're not getting ready to end stream. Oh man, I don't know. We're gonna do. We also open up for Tifa. So I'm gonna put. Okay, I'm gonna show them. Okay, I'm gonna put a 1-minute poll. All right. It's gonna be it's gonna be Aerith in the remake, but Tifa in the remake. This is Tifa right here. Tifa Lockhart or Aerith in the remake. I'm gonna show both of them. Tifa, well, so is Aerith though. Aerith is also gorgeous as well. Okay, we're gonna show both of them, and I'm gonna take a poll for everybody here. Okay, I'm gonna put a poll.
Was basically pointed towards get noticed by a male streamer so he can promote you. And oh yeah, I forgot I have my Christmas tree. Merry Christmas, Merry late Christmas. It's New Year's. But it was like get noticed by a male streamer so he can promote you because he'll have 5,000 followers and you'll only have 50. And I was like, interesting. So I'm good with that because
don't look down. I still can't get over our crawling.
God damn it!
What? What was that?
Don't put me!
I promise. Seriously. Seriously. Like, right after this. It's okay. We'll go. We'll go, okay?
Kill instinct was in Battletoads before the Battletoads showed up. Look at him, he's on the pooper. I gotta clip that later for Phil. She's gonna be disappointed that she missed that.
Fuck me! Somebody fuck me! Quick, somebody fuck me! I don't know what to do. Am I in control here? Fly, you fool! We're going down! Oh god, it's first person view, but where am I gonna crash? No! Shit, he's a dragoon. Save point? I must be crazy. I'm on a pilgrimage to see a moose. Praise Marty Moose! Holy shit! Don't. I'm scared. Oh god. It wasn't a battle though. You all lied to me! You freaked me out for no reason. Why you gotta make me freak out? Where do I...
Okay. Let's see. Wait a minute. Oh, I could WASD that. Okay. Well. Nothing new there. And everything on that side except for the end. I don't know swords and sandals. Not familiar. Hi. And I don't know who these... Suddenly... I don't know if it is... Magdalene? It's me. Good. I've seen you around and heard your name mentioned. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. Alexander, this is my partner. Casbeers. We're musicians by trade, travelers by necessity. The weather trapped us on our way back to Würzburg for a Christmas celebration. I'd hoped to win the Meistersinger competition there, but alas, we're trapped here until the pass is clear. How are you finding Tassin? Everyone has been quite kind, and no one has thrown anything at me for my music. Considering the circumstances, I'm counting that as a success. I have to admit, I was quite upset, and I missed my opportunity to sing at the Meistersinger competition. You practiced so much for it. Yes, it's hard not to view the last year as a waste. You can try again next Christmas, can't you? Of course. Though the older I get, the less comfort I take in the possibilities of the future. Missed opportunities sting more with each passing year. Opportunities to do what? Win a contest? Oh, I suppose it does seem a bit silly put that way. There's prestige to it, of course. But I think it's more than that. When I sing for people, I want to move them. I want to see it on their face. It's only in that moment that I can connect with them. That's the only truth I know. Meistersinger judges will rate me as they will. But that's not why I want to perform them for them. I want to move the masters the way that they moved me. Does that make sense? I think so. My dad is my teacher and his approval means a lot to me. I think we all want the approval of those who came before us. Sorry about that. I think we all want the approval of those who came before us. And someday someone will look to me for approval. Hard to imagine. I'm sorry, just feeling a bit melancholy, I suppose. Christmas is here. Of course. Darkest hours, the birth of our Savior, reminds us that dawn will follow. Perhaps the Christmas feast will lift my spirits. Will I see you there? Absolutely. Most everyone in town should be there. Look forward to it. Until then. Hello, Max. You're Casimirs, right? Here with Alexander. Musicians? Yes, I play shawm and lute. He sings. Are you Polish? Yes, from Kalitz. What are you doing in Tassin? Well, I mean, I know. Ask Alexander, sorry. Alright, I won't take up any more of your time. Thanks. Okay. Sans. Hello, Magdalene. Hello, Hans. Did you need something? Just wanted to see how you were doing. Well, I was just about to leave. I have to go meet Big George soon. Why? Stuff in the forest needs doing. What are you two planning? Nothing. We're just carrying logs. Hello, Shram. Again, why would you do that? We look big logs to see who's stronger. It's a contest. How long have you been... Does anybody else participate in this contest? Not usually. There aren't many others in Tassing strong enough. Other than Big George. Simon's big like Sepp was. But he's not interested. That was Sepp. Sepp is dead, I think. He's always busy taking care of the farm. Maybe Apollo can join us one day. He's been getting stout the last few years. Alright, who's winning so far? George, but barely. I've been gaining on him. He's growing older and softer with his council work. Haha. Huh, I see. Keeps the men hardy and vital, Dr. Souls says. Balances the humors. You're welcome to join us, Magdalene. Perhaps you haven't noticed, but I'm not very big myself. That's why we got you to get you hefting logs. Don't worry, we'll find you some smaller ones to start with. Maybe I'd put some meat on the bones. Can look like you? No, I mean, what's so bad about that? I just meant that the press is heavy, and you're still pretty scrawny. I should get back to work now. Jeez. Until later, Magdalene. Alright. Hey, Wellslav. Wellslav. I have an odd question for you. When I was exploring the Abbey for the mural background, I stumbled upon some stray cats. There were a lot of cats during your time? Yes, as a matter of fact, there were. There were always cats around the Abbey, but one summer, they started begging for food. Persistent little creatures. Brother Lucas swears he never fed them, but I had my doubts. Well, they seem to have made the Abbey their home now. That's a decision that I made because I fed a cat. Good for them. At least someone is making use of that old structure. Thank you for telling me, Magdalene. Be well and most love. Alright. That is a fateful yeah, and that just popped an achievement. A fateful sausage. Because I gave... basically in Act 2, I gave this, this cat in the cellar a sausage. And... yeah. That's a decision that actually stuck. That actually affected the way that the game developed. We've been preparing for the feast in here all day. Colder than usual. I'm glad to be indoors now. A bit colder than I remember it being for decades. More snowfall, that's certain. At least we're in here where we can keep our fingers warm. You'd better keep your fingers out of my dough, Master Bauer. I didn't do anything. You snuck your little fingers into my cookie dough at least 3 times today. Do it again and I'll wrap your knuckles with the back of my spoon. Don't anger Mistress Matilda, Simon. Yes, sir. Sorry, Mistress Matilda. You need enough dough to make cookies for the entire town. You can't be eating it all. Renee. Renee, how are you doing? Anyway, what did you come in for, Magdalene? I was hoping you could tell me what you remember of the revolt. I was too young to remember it. No one ever seems to talk about it. And Mr. Subsilda and Master Woslav, you two are the only ones left who used to live in the Abbey. Ones who stayed, anyway. Matilda and I had been friendly enough with the people in town. We put it behind us at the time. You can imagine the other brothers had little reason to remain. Old Adoc made it out. I think Father Gano paid for him to go back to an abbey in Cornwall. Adoc. I'm not sure what happened to the others. All gone in any case. But the whole thing is a sensitive subject, Magdalene. Why are you asking? I want to... What the honor? That sounds lovely. I'll tell you what I remember, Magdalene. Here, come cut cookies with me first. That way we don't fall behind while we chat. Alright, minigame. Need a good number of them in a variety of shapes, so don't hesitate to change which cutter you use. You have enough for the whole town, after all. Very nice. Lots of these little mini games, and I like that. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Come on. Let's see here. I don't think, unless, no? Well. Hmm. There we go. I think we got it. Nope. There we are. Okay. Well, hopefully that goes all right, Delirious. I think that's about it now. Are you done? These look wonderful. Thank you. You can make more if you want, but it looks like we have enough. That's good for now. I mean, I could roll up the remaining dough and knead it and roll it out again to make some remainders. Yeah, I don't know anything about that game, but, is it like a multiplayer game? Because I'm not really, I don't know. I'm not really very good or very... As far as, like, the modern multiplayer stuff. Swords and sandals. What that is. Hmm. Okay, I see what it is. It's, I see what it is. It was originally a browser game that turned into, well... Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah. Looks interesting, but yeah, I see what it is. It's it was originally made a game for browsers. All right. Cool. I hope it goes all right. Can we tell you, Mags? The Lannistecs came into town before the revolt and warned everyone to leave the Abbey alone. Things really be talked out, or was it too late by then? There's some people who wanted to talk. Master Mallow worked hard to keep the peace, but after Otto was killed... Oh, Atreus. Shame how he died. We at the monastery were fond of him. It said he was instrumental in keeping the revolt from getting out of hand. He regrets not standing by him. Yes, he was. He had a personal dinner with the abbot to try to discuss things, I believe. Maybe they couldn't come to an agreement. Yes, Andreas did a lot of good for Tassing, and Kirsal too. Even if the old abbot failed to admit that. He even revealed corruption in our own midst. The old prior of Frenick had been doing witchcraft in the church. I still grieve that he died in the Abbey fire. And your father does too, Magdalene. Would it have been best to leave the matter alone? No, not then. We couldn't even be collecting the forest without a fee. Dad kept saying we couldn't live with higher and higher taxes. The night Otto died, the abbot was trying to excommunicate everyone for celebrating St. John's Eve. A lot of people thought that the abbot killed him in revenge. Turns out it was for the guy. He was embezzling funds from the abbey. Still, for Otto and Ulrich, that was too much. We burned the mill, with both bastards inside. My father said that that would be the end of things. He said he could pay the abbey with crops. The abbey forbid it, and we had to pay the miller's fee. Linhart kept asking for more too, so he could use that stupid windmill. Why not just pay with grain? The abbot promised to help if Andres found the person who killed Otto. All we wanted was to talk. I mean, no one was supposed to burn the abbey down? Why would anyone want that? We sought justice, not murder. It was too much for Peter. Linhart was one thing, he just killed Ulrich. But to burn the abbey... When the Landstecks saw the fire, they thought another revolt was on their hands. Like so many others in the area. Even when the abbey couldn't stop them, we all fled. Brother Florian saved as many as he could. Brother Florian was a real one. Peter was wrong to burn the abbey, but what the soldiers did, that was awful. I died protecting me. Stabbed in the chest. I don't even remember what he was wearing. I just remember how dark the blood was when we found him. Almost black and sticky, like treacle. It sucked one of the soldiers in the face, but another was right there. Magdalene, can we stop talking about this? Of course, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset anyone. Thank you for talking. I'll do my best on the mural. Look, we'll see you at the procession later. Until then... Cool.
Cookie cutter.
I don't know where, the Bauer farm. I had never gone inside the Bauer house. Someday. Someday. You'll be working on the mural today. What brings you here? Working on the final section of the mural now, about the revolt. Going well, but I need more details. I was only a baby at the time, and you all lived through the event. I want to portray it the best way possible. That was a sad time. If it will help you memorialize those lost in the revolt, yes. I'll answer a few questions. I don't mind. I'm a little older than you, so I'll probably remember me, Magdalene. Of course, Magdalene. I'll tell you all you want to know. Been looking forward to seeing the mural for some months. Come now, sit with us. That's all settled. What did you want to know? Does the revolt have anything to do with the other murder that happened in Tassing? Murder of the Baron, you mean? No, not really. I only remember that Andreas attempted to be a peacekeeper in both situations. I suppose that's when things started going poorly. Yes, after the prior was discovered as a witch, people weren't as willing to trust the abbey anymore. Then the abbot became more severe. He didn't like the prior's death rattled his control of Tassing. Still think that the old prior cursed the town. That's when crops started failing. I don't know about any of that, but his taxes and restrictions, his attitude towards us, became harsher after that. It's all we could do to live by then. But eventually it became too much. Even with all the restrictions, was the revolt really justified? I kept hearing conflicting stories about how it began. I know it was bad for the presents, but was it all? You wouldn't remember it, Magdalene. The abbot forced us to starvation. We would have died either way. So many men killed, we struggled with the crops even more. And the famine lasted into the next year. We did everything we could to keep things from getting violent. The Lord had other plans. All we wanted is fair access to common land and taxes that left us with enough to live on. But the abbot tore even that away. I remember how sick and hungry I was all the time. Grandpa kept saying it hadn't always been like that. All was fine until one of the brothers killed Otto in retaliation for finding out just how corrupt the abbey was. Well, my husband wouldn't let that rest. We all wanted justice. When that soldier arrived and threatened us, all the townsfolk pulled away. Except for you and Ulrich, Rat. Oh, Clara, I'm afraid even I was intimidated, and begged Ulrich to leave the matter be. My husband alone stood with the peasants. Dad always regrets that choice, how he wanted to paint. That's how he wanted to paint the mural. Your father is unique in that regard. Most of the other townsfolk see the revolt's failure as proof that it was doomed from the start.
Truly, if the entire town banded together, we likely could have succeeded without violence at all. By then, we were so starved and wanted justice from so much Peter truly thought success was possible. There was still some discussion. Ulrich and Andreas wanted peace. Then that fucking Miller protected the town, the Tonsured bastard. He always hated us. He thought he was better than us. Ursula. Language. What, Mom? It's true. Linhardt even shot Ulrich out of nowhere. Yes, Linhardt always did hate the rest of the townsfolk, and he would take advantage of anyone he could. Yeah, Linhardt was the worst person in this game. Worst person in this game. Ah. She's grown. My husband sought peace to the last. He was a martyr to us. I think the Miller shot Ulrich to retaliate, but after that, Peter couldn't be stopped. We'd lost too much. The burning of the Abbey was a grim night, and the soldiers coming in. The men fought to protect us, to protect Tassing, and many died in that fight. We got rid of the abbot and all the monks at least. Yes, that's some comfort. Only a little. 30 heroes of Tassing I should memorialize. Well, Peter always one of the best for Tassing. Even if he acted rashly by setting fire to the Abbey, I don't think I want to honor Peter. I hope you can portray him in the best light, Magdalene. I'd rather not talk about that night anymore. I hope we provided enough insight for your work. You did, thank you. I'll let you get back to it. Okay, cool. Good luck with the log tossing, George. Who else we got? Eva. Hill. Christina. There's a lot of mysteries still left to be found. Oh yeah. Brett's at the house. The other house. House I was just at. Agnes, I don't know if I'm gonna go down this road with Agnes. There's Brigitte and Veronica and Agnes. I'm gonna talk to Agnes last. So, Magdalene. Mistress Magdalene. Hello, Balthus. How are your adventures going, Balthus? Oh, very well, thank you. I was just showing Nazio how our Rathaus clock works on one of my smaller prototypes. It's a fascinating process. Truly, I had never considered that one man could make something so complex by himself. I'd love to create something new, so intricate one day. A new kind of printing press. And what kind of printing press would that be, Purcell? Maybe something with automatically sorted type. That would make the process faster. Huh, you might be onto something there, Magda. Can you imagine? Automatic type? Truly a genius idea. If one could ever make it happen. Yeah, Magdalene, invent the typewriter. That'd be awesome. The ideas are still fuzzy, but I think I can make it work. Someday. Well, I should look forward to your debut, mistress. In the meantime, shall we get back to work, Balthus? Yes, of course. Please excuse us, Magdalene. Rather busy at the moment. Until later, then. Rather busy staring. Alright, let's go see this jerk doctor that's a giant jerk. If he's even still around. I hate this doctor so much. Alright, well. People ain't gonna be happy with me. So where is... I guess I have to talk. I guess Agnes is all that's left now. Agnes, Clara, Golden Hand. I still haven't really done anything with book. Alright. In any case, it's time to continue this thread. Veronica. Brigitte. Agnes. Magdalene Drucker. I didn't expect to see you today. How's your father? He's not well, honestly. I'm sorry. I'll be in our prayers tonight. Nothing. There's something we can help you with, dear. I have a small favor to ask. Oh, go on then. Not too much trouble. Lucky I can't let you remember the revolt. Nearly done with my mural, but I need more details. I was so young that I don't remember much of that night. Oh, for that project of yours in the Rat House. I'm afraid we won't have much good to see in the matter, but alright. Oh, Magdalene. Don't worry about the helping with the reeds. It took me years to get the technique up to Mom's expectations. So you're better off not helping. Ah, you always did fine, Brigitte. We gonna go into another minigame? What do you need to know to finish the mural? I was hoping I'd ask you about more about the revolts. Seems so important, but no one ever talks about it. All I can remember was the flames when the abbey burned. Because I was so young. What part of the revolt? The abbot starving inside a house at home. Abbot Otto's murder. I doubt that would be a good painting. Seems the abbot of Kiersau wasn't on very good terms with Tassin. Everyone but that fucking Miller hated him. With good reason. Yes, well. The abbot, he was very unchristian. He only ever cared about how many clinics he could get from us. Brigitte, don't forget to twist the ends. I can't have it looking like a Christmas hedgehog. I'm getting there, Mom. It's just, I looked after Martin and Craft well enough, haven't I? I can manage this. Yes, well, after your father died. I've no one left to nag besides you and that husband of yours. Thank God I had the both of you, as a matter of fact. Let an old woman have her vices. Jeez. The Gertner house is a bit sad. George always gets quiet this time of year. I reckon because that family's been hard-pressed since Peter died. Passing's lost a good number of folk over the years, and feast days and celebrations make it harder to bear. I mean the revolt, right? The revolts, the murders, that fool Andreas had to meddle in everything. Didn't do much good, if you ask me. Master Mallory, Dad says that was none of his fault. No, the revolt wasn't his fault alone. And I think for the most part he tried to stop it, but he already meddled enough in Tassing after the Baron's murder that he held more sway than he knew.
Could understand the first time. He wanted to save that old monk. I dare say he saw him as a father. Agnes, you're a bit suspicious. It was proven Pryor was a witch, so I suppose he did some good for Tassing then. Wilslaw might be the only person left in Tassing who even remembers the old Pryor. That's when the trouble started, I say. Townsfolk saw a monk killed, and the abbot was incensed. Then came the revolt. Andres Waller happened to show up near the day of Otto's murder. Dad always says the townsfolk didn't stand with the peasants as long as they should have. Well, I won't begrudge Klaus's opinion, even if he's wrong. Shame it had to happen at all, I think. I knew the revolt was a bad idea from the start. Old Wilslaw would be the one to know what happened. I guess Agnes is mad because I kind of burned, because I kind of ended up, throwing Lucky under the bus a bit. Wilslaw was the only one know what happened inside the church now. Before the fire. Some might say things were always this bad. The violence was the only way, but it wasn't. Life got worse over the years. It wasn't like this when I was a child. Not in my grandparents' time either. Sure, the abbot was pinching townsfolk and the peasants were suffering. But to go against the church? Like you said, things weren't always so bad. We fought to make things right. Foolish fight. And I think I delivered a baby. Your friend Esther, in fact, during the whole event. That's right, the Summerfields were in town because of all the revolts around then. Parents couldn't get home. Praise God she made it home. Babe on the road in those days? A miracle, I say. Well, the revolt didn't totally fail, did it? The abbot and monks have left. The abbey may be gone, but Tassing has only traded one lord for another. The peasants were so angry over the abbot's perceived injustices they thought they could make it right. Even more injustice. Then the abbey caught fire, and everyone ran. By then the soldiers had arrived to stop them all. Well, what can one do against a mob holding torches? That soldier was even warned Peter, but nothing would stop him besides steel. So nothing got better at all? No, not as I see it. This lord is just as severe as the abbot was, and threatens force at every turn. That's life. You can struggle and die to accomplish something, and nothing changes. Fighting or working, it never matters. We starve and die in the end. The dead are luckier. They died believing they changed something. We're struck with a harsh reality. This is all you've known, Magdalene. You've grown used to it. We've all have. Oh. Like I said, not the best piece for a mural, huh? It might not depict it so gruesomely. That might be best. Thanks for helping, Magdalene. Good luck on the mural, Magdalene. Good luck, Magdalene. Well, we're gonna... We're gonna probably, You're damn cool. You shut your mouth, boy. We've done this festival every year. You won't stay standing here for 5 minutes. Oh, good, you made it, Mac. I was getting worried you missed the procession. Been so busy trying to finish the mural, I lost track of time. Well, be sure to take some time to relax tonight. It is a feast day, after all. Artemis looks so lovely. I'd love to be a bright saint. What? 1 year, leading off all the demons in the woods. That's the only type of boys that follow you, Artemis. Yes, the that's a Germanic god Perched in are supernatural creatures was similar to devils who follow Perchta in the wild hunts. So scary. I don't like it. Andreas, you're alright. They're only costumes. Big masks that our neighbors are wearing. So cold. Yeah. God, man, would you be so... Would you be the bright saint? I'm not really... Pirchton? I'm sure I'm butchering the pronunciation. I don't think I'd want to be part of the procession. You normally saw it going. I guess watching is a better view, though. Yeah, I guess it's like old Germanic folklore. From what I can tell, as far as like what Sawyer's research was. Doesn't seem fair Artemis gets to be the bright saint, since her dad is on the town council. You'll get a chance, don't worry. Nothing's done the Perchtenlauf. As long as I can remember. Everyone in town's been part of the procession before. Well, except for young ones. My dad could be here. He'll see next year, surely. And you can go home and describe it all to him. Beautiful as ever. Goddamn long as ever. Yeah, this game has tons of research material. Like, there's like a entire big bibliography of what the developers studied, and I mean this kind of the writing for this and the preparation for this seems to really go back about 20 or so years, maybe even longer than that. Probably, yeah, about 25 or so years actually, because Josh Sawyer's wanted to do this since he was making the first Fallout game. I mean, this is something that's kind of been like a passion project for him for a long time, so it's really cool that he, you know, yeah, I mean, it's in multiple languages too. I mean, because apparently the Germanic translation is very well done. Goddamn long as ever. Well, at least we're going to eat after this. Oh, hey, Max. Whatever. Max. You made it. I was worried you'd skip out on the fun. Merry Christmas, Max. Merry. You know what? Look, Baltus made a special batch of beer. And I heard you made cookies, too. Alexander and Kaz look like they are going to play something, too. For Casimir's name? Casimir's name? Or are you giving everyone nicknames tonight? That's a secret, Max. Come on, let's go get some food. Feast in time. Hey, even old Smokey's there. Hey. Everyone listen up. George would like to speak. Yes. Thank you, Veronica. On behalf of the town council, I want to thank everyone for coming tonight. This year has been tough on all of us. We've had more snowfall than anyone can remember. The early frost gave us harvest, small harvest. Folks haven't come through here at the pass, through the pass's office. Nico, you've been short of customers. We've all missed the trade. Alexander and Kazimierz, you've been kept from your journey. Naziul, the snow has kept you from returning home. Naziul
is from Genoa. He's an Italian banker that had come to kind of check on, to basically be this guy's accountant, yeah, he's basically the accountant for the inventor in town. And we've all felt the lack of Klaus in town as he's been bedridden these past few months. And yet, the Lord has blessed us with each other, cheerful guests, and good company. Cheers, 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 cheers. Thanks be to God. God bless. Even though the season has been rough, God knows we still have a lot to celebrate this Yuletide. Indris, you've made tools that we couldn't have gone without. Just practicing my trade. Dr. Stolz, you've kept us all in good humors. Proof of my experience, George, in such cruel... God, I hate Dr. Stolz. This was from the town council, not to it. Madeline, you painted the mural for us. Thank you for entrusting me with this task. I've done my best to honor Tassik's history. Alexander and Casimir, you've spread good cheer in the early winter nights. Our pleasure, truly. And especially tonight. I think we should thank Baltus for making such a wonderful beer for us all to enjoy. That's Baltus. Hooray for Baltus. No, please. Nazio helped tremendously. It's thanks to him. On it, really. Grazie, grazie. Yeah. That's the man's deep pocket. Casimir's and I shall play it later in the evening, so please come to us with songs if you have one in mind. Free bird! Oh, that's it, everyone. If I may, George, I'd like to best bless this great feast our Lord has spread for us. Of course, Father. Today we have come together to celebrate the birth of our Lord and Savior. Okay. This Lord provided for us with this meal. So did Christ provide us. Okay. Just join me with the meal. Alright. Prayers up. I hope Baltus made a fine beer for temperance is a virtue. Everything in moderation, including moderation. Exercises those Major was here with us. Okay. Let's go up. Well, Werner. What? Merry Christmas, Werner. What's merry about it? Like brains. Who needs that shit? Grace of God, you do, Werner. God, Werner's such a dick. No. Be merry, my friends. Drink and be merry. Finally, someone specific. Not be uncouth towards our friend. Werner, please, I've heard enough of your righteous moralism. You can tell that ship sailed long ago, Magdalene. Has evidently more patience and good meal than us mere mortals.
No soothsayer, but it looks to me it looks like you want to be friends, but are too stubborn to get over yourselves. She's sharp, this one. I'll take her side, Nazil. I'm sorry, but if she is right, she is right. Not really. I played a little Slay the Spire, but not much. It's just, I don't know. It's okay, I guess. I'm not really, you know, I don't really play a lot of it, though. I played a little, one that I liked playing was called, Library of Ruina. That's really good. It's kind of got some JRPG, influences as well. But, yeah. That's one I would actually really suggest. I'm not really much for the Slay the Spire type games, but I like the Library of Ruin a lot. Oh, and Dicey Dungeons. That's a really good one. I used to get myself roped in this foolishness. Talk to each other. Can't be that bad. Some differences are irreconcilable. Right, Baltus? Jeez, y'all. See, that's a start. Continuing just like that. Must always get your way. Is that it? Notice that as well. Ah, the fiendishness of youth. Please go enjoy the feast and release our ancient souls from your torment. Perhaps a dance later, why not? Until later, gentlemen. Yeah. Indris. Happy Christmas, Magda. Magdalene, dear. Merry Christmas, Magda. Merry Christmas, everyone. How are you enjoying the feast? Utterly delightful. A hearty meal. Mug of Baltus' latest brew. Everything a soul can wish for. Everything your ample belly could wish for. As I am as God made me in his infinite wisdom. Even the ancient Greeks knew the sphere to be the most important shot. I'm sure the cookies I made provide helpful with the girth as well. Indeed, they were most satisfying. Yes, very tasty. Well, it's been wonderful watching you grow into the person you are. Vows must be proud. Thank you for the good words. I agree with everything that's been said. A toast to Magdalene. To Magdalene. Zdravi. Zdravi. I think that's it. Huh. I don't have a salute. So happy I'm married to Indris. The day I was inspired to come find you in Innsbruck was the most important day of my life. I'd have been ever so lonely without you. Love at long last. We know the feeling, though we lose love. Wish love. The path before us was filled with thorns and thistles, but we endured. Make sure to prepare for that, Magdalene. There will always be some thorns on the path. I do what I can. You'll be fine. You're strong and stubborn, just like your mother. Never knew my mother. She was gifted, pragmatic, outspoken. Her spirit lives on in you. She would have enjoyed it here on a night such as this. God rest your soul. I hope so. Continue with the celebrations. Alright, cool. Enjoy the feast. Back downstairs. We got a few things.
Magdalene, you finally came over to say hello. Hello again, Aunts. Hello, Magdalene. Well, happy Christmas, Eva. Till. Magdalene, how good to see you. How's that mural coming along in the Roth house? Almost finished it, I hear. That's right. Last I heard about it, you were still working on the middle section. History of the Saints, right? Finished that section. The old Abbey ruins were hard to climb through, but I wanted to paint it right. Oh, but the remains of the Abbey are so run down. That sounds dangerous. You went into the old Abbey, Magdalene? With help? Of course I did. Quite a capable young woman you are, Magdalene. Seems you'll have to seek Magdalene out if you want to be included in the mural's process art. Well, not that I'm encouraging it, mind. Well, you can clearly handle yourself since you made it back without any problems. And I did warn you about the dangers. Not that I told you to go digging about down there. Anyway, Magdalene, what are you painting on the mural now? With the founding of the Abbey and the Saints' history done now, working on the final section, the revolt. I spent most of the day asking people how they remembered that night. I think I may have frustrated Agnes. That's right, you were just a few years old then. God, has it been that long? Don't worry about Agnes. She acts cranky, but she's never truly upset with anyone. Except the twins. She would threaten to beat them with her cane for a month after they pulled it from under her. Remember? Well, she's not truly upset with anyone for long. It took years for Tassin to recover that night. Thank God we've come a long way since then. How do we be proud of what the town has accomplished? I think so too. No, Magdalene, I think you would become especially proud of you for memorializing Tassie in the mural. You'd be thrilled to think that she'd become a part of the family. You'd be thrilled to think that she'd become a part of the... Oh, closing in marriers. You're a capable young woman, Magdalene. Marriage is the next stage in life for you. We'll have to speak with Klaus, of course. But you and Otts are a good match. Anyway, I don't mean to keep you chatting away from us older folks. Have fun and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Eva. Bill. Merry Christmas, Otts. Merry Christmas, Mags. I can't believe that. They just... Merry Christmas, Magdalene. Enjoying the celebration? Wonderful to see everyone together in such high spirits. Even Grandpa's enjoying himself. This winter's been difficult for his gout. The cold makes his joints seize. I told him he didn't have to come to the Perchenlauf, but he insisted. If I miss one Yule procession in my life, I'll be goddamned if some snow stops me. Oh, God. We know, old man. Anyway, like George said earlier, it's nice to have a night of good company and cheer. Thanks for mentioning my father in your speech, George. George. I'd be glad to know that he was missed. You're welcome, man. Klaus was a good man, and we all miss him as part of the community. To be honest, I didn't expect to make a speech tonight. I just thought about what happened in town this year. Really? Bruno kept insisting that someone make a speech, so... Paul said that I was the most charismatic of anyone on the council. He said that. Well, he said that I would make the least amount of people angry over it. Baltus said it was my charisma. Oh dear. Be honest. I never thought I'd be someone people in Tassin listen to. You've always been part of the town council. We didn't always have a council, though. It wasn't until the night of the revolt, really, that I felt like I could do things on my own. Be my own man. I love my father, but what he did... I thought I had doomed the town. A lot of terrible things happened all at once. No one can shoulder the blame themselves. No, but my dad chose violence. He chose to destroy the Abbey. I always went along with him because he was my dad. He had to be right. That was the first time I thought any different. I learned that night that you can fight for something right, and still choose the wrong way to do it. And I swore that I would never let that happen again. The revolt broke down everything I thought I knew about Tassing. About myself. But it made a lot of things better for Tassing. That makes me hopeful. Well, our new lord is strict, but he made a deal with us. The council let us govern it ourselves. Much as I was grumbling earlier today, George is right. Life changed in Tassing. Even though the first few years were hard, we're better for it now. No Abbot looking down on us, making stupid laws as easy as he sees fit. Our lord lives days away. As long as we pay our taxes, we're left alone. It's a better life for Artemis and Apollo than we had. Don't you talk ill of my son, boy. He gave you everything he can. God rest his soul. I know, Grandpa. The whole point, isn't it? Without the revolt, you wouldn't be able to give the twins a better life. I mean, neither of these are wrong. Even though you disagree with you. Real work happened in the days after the revolt. Father would have been put to death as a rebel and a traitor if he survived. We worked hard to make sure the sacrifices of those who died wouldn't be in vain. I've done the best I can do right now. I've done the best I can to do right by the town and Dad. Dearest son, you've done it proud. Thanks, Grandpa. Anyway, I'm going for another bite. Anyone else? Yes, great picture. I've had enough, Grandpa. Your humors might become unbalanced. Another for me, George. Magdalene? I'll get myself another thing. One later. Alright, Magdalene. We'll see you later then. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Alright. So who else have we got? We've got Hannah over there. We've got... Hello, Magdalene. Happy Christmas to you. Good evening, Magdalene. Christmas to you too. Hello, Rick Andres. Say hello to Mr. Strucker. Hi. Hi. Oh, Andreas, don't be shy. You know Mr. Magdalene. Sorry, Magdalene. He's still a bit quiet. Hello, Ulrich. Hello, Andreas. How'd you like George's speeches, Magdalene? Magdalene? Good reminder of everything we still have. We needed to hear it. For Paul putting him up to it at the last moment, I thought it was well done. Well, Werner insisted someone on the council make a speech. I didn't particularly want it to be me, but George did it justice. You can always count on him to speak from the heart, especially a few drinks in. Truthfully, I think much of the town needed some encouragement tonight. Passing has had such a hard season since... It's the revolt. Yes, I'm sorry. It's Christmas. We shouldn't speak of such sad times. Let's toast to better days, then. Cheers to that. Although, there's an old Latin proverb my dad used to say to me. What? Fire is the test of gold, misery is the proof of strong men. Yes, precisely. There's no question, the result left Tassing worse off. But seeing the town now gives me hope. You're an artist, Magdalene. I think you could see it too. I do. Things seem brighter for Tassin somehow. Paying their house over. Those miserable days gave us the resilience we needed to push ahead, to make things better. Next generation, like you or Yuta, and the twins, you saw what it's like to fight for ourselves. Stand up to tyranny even at the cost of losing our homes and lives. Be honest, most nights I'm grateful for the revolt. Really? Oh yes, you would remember, but life was already terrible before that night. The revolt burned away the dead wood that had rotted Tassin for decades. God knows my father was an evil man. His death released me from years of fear. The revolt gave me the courage to face him, become better than him. I think something of the same happened when the Abbey was destroyed. Things had gone on as they always did. Well, I doubt we'd be having such a Yule feast tonight. The cost was high, but it resulted in just as much joy as grief. I hadn't thought about it that way. Because the revolt, I could marry Paul. We could supply grain to peasants at a fair price. Our children will grow up without the fear that ruled over my life as I got older. No moment in life is entirely good or bad, actually. What matters more is how we choose to see it. With an objective perspective, we could lose hope on all. Without an objective perspective, we could lose hold on what we perceive as good or bad. I suppose so, but that sounds a bit beyond me at the moment. One too many L's, dear? No, just above my head. You sound like Baltus with these in the middle of a project, Macmillan. Don't forget to take some time to have fun tonight, alright? Another cookie. Jesus. Seems we have cookies to match. Of course. Merry Christmas, all. Alright, good deal. That leaves only the musicians. Ah, Mistress Magdalene, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Alexander. Merry Christmas, Casimirs. Enjoying the night? Very much so. Cookies especially. Haven't had such a wonderful gingerbread in ages. We were just setting up to perform. Did you have a particular song in mind you wanted us to play? Between the two of us, you know all the Christmas songs from here in Spain. Up to him. One of Casimir's favorites. Once Kaz and I play what we prepared, we'll be sure to play that one. Merry Christmas, everyone. It is Christmas. Casimir and I wanted to share a special song with all of you, in the spirit of giving. Please, enjoy.
In dulce jubilo, nun singet und seid froh, unsers Herzens Wonne liegt in Praesepio, und leuchtet als die Sonne, matris in premio, Alpha es et O, Alpha es et O. O Jesu Parvule, nach dir ist mir so weh, tröst mir mein Gemüte, o puer optime, durch alle deine Güte, o Princeps Gloriae, trae me poste, trae me poste.
Yeah. So Act 3 is a holiday game. Alright. Let's see. Do I have new people to talk to? Anybody else? I think Big George is it. Big George is it. Yeah. Yeah, there's, yeah. I could definitely hear sort of a, I mean, I think it's kind of a, I think that they're more, since they're traveling musicians, I would imagine it's kind of Romansh, that they're singing in. Madeline, sorry to bother you during the feast. Oh, hello, George. Did you need something? Well, all the chatter about the revolt earlier had me thinking. You're nearly done with the mural, aren't you? Last time you talked with the council, you said you were working on the final portion, painting the revolt. I don't mean to nag during the feast, though. That's Veronica's job. I should have done it. I should have it done soon. Been listening to people around town talk about the revolt so I can get a better idea of how to paint it. Everyone has a different idea of how that night happened. I think I've finally settled on how I want to depict it. Yeah? I want to honor what the peasants stood for. I'll show Otto giving a speech and soldiers in the distance. Revolt and the paint. I don't want to do this one because this is not really too honest. I mean, the aftermath. I mean, because that's the most... I don't know if that's such a good idea. The mural was meant to honor Saul. Ah, well... It always is. I think I made a big mistake, but, we'll see. God bless you and Merry Christmas, Magdalene. Oh, Merry Christmas, Sister Emily. Are we bothering you with the noise next door? No, not at all. Hearing people celebrating Christ's first brings me great joy. Christmastide should be a heartening time of year for us all. I enjoyed seeing everyone feeling better about the future, especially all passing has endured. People here have suffered greatly. We must always find hope in the midst of despair. It is fitting to celebrate Christ's birth with so little light and birth on days with so little light and warmth. People need Christmas in the depths of winter to remind them that spring will return, and we'll all have a chance to live again. Magdalene, who is that? You. Someone who's been following me. That's Smokey. Door is open. Someone there? Dad? Is Smokey the thread puller? Is that you? What's the matter? Someone was standing near the house. The door was open. I was afraid something might have happened to you. You're asleep most of the day. Most of the evening, too. I'm worried about you, Magdalene. You're worried about me. You're working too hard. You know, taking care of me takes up so much of your time.
I know how hard you've been working on the mural. I know how important it is to you. I know. Damn near an impossible task given the size of the rat house. Well, maybe if you just did one wall. I'm not going to make it, Magdalene. I know. Right. This is just life. I'm glad I'm going before you, even if it's sooner than than either of us would like. I've seen too much death in my time. I just wanted to show you what I could do. I wanted you to be proud of me. I have been. Every day of your life. You never needed to prove anything to me. Wish I could stay at the mural when you finish it. But I don't need to. I know it will be more beautiful than anything these old hands have ever made. True, though. I mean, I got along alright. But I always knew you would surpass me before long. You can already see things that I never could. See things, and make them real. Trying. You're doing it. When I die, whether I die tonight or tomorrow or the next day, I know I'm not going to be here much longer. One morning you're going to wake up and have to do things and you'll have to do things for yourself. Love things for yourself. And you'll have to share it with the world. Love is the only reason to do anything in this life. All this talking. Too much. Did you bring me something to eat? Of course, Dad. I've been eating all day. I missed the Christmas feast, too. Can't believe no one brought me a cookie. I'll go get some soup. Blouse. About everything. Here. I've been trying to keep Magdalene safe. I think so. These days it feels like my mind has been cracking apart. Some days, sometimes I'm not sure where I am. I've been trying to keep Magdalene safe. I've been trying to figure it out this whole time. After the fire, it's all I could think about. That. And them. They never left me. They're still there. All in the dance of death. The Baron, Piero, Guy, Peter, Autumn, August, and now you. Dad? God, it's you. Who are you? What are you doing to my father? Magdalene. It's alright. It's alright. It's Andreas, isn't it? It's Andreas! I'm sorry. I've forgotten my manners all these years. You've likely forgotten what my face, or what it once was. It's Andreas. Magdalene. This is Andreas Mahler. Back from the dead. The earliest memory I have is you running into a burning library. I'm sorry. I don't understand. No one could have survived that. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I did. I don't understand, Andreas. Where have you been all these years? Hiding from the world? In the ruins, mostly. Sometimes in the woods when it was warm. Stealing bread from Gret. Stealing books from you. Oh. So I wasn't going crazy. The only thing that's kept my mind in forgetting what words are... Wait, how did you survive the fire? With some difficulty. I grabbed as many books as I could and placed them in the scriptorium. The book got too thick. It started to black out. The next thing I remember was Casper pulling me into the crypt. The apprentice? Your apprentice? The boy? You sent him back to Salzburg.
He didn't leave. He waited in the woods and watched what was happening. When he saw me in the window of the library, he ran through the crypt to save me. And he did. He saw that but he saw that I was trying to save the books, and he went back in. I couldn't stop him. I was barely conscious. He never came back out close. Oh yes, I did. Another door opens. When I woke up, everyone was dead or gone. I couldn't face any of you. I couldn't go back to Sabine. That empty house. So I hid. Turns out I had a reason to keep painting. I'm sorry if I scared you. No one's come into the Abbey for years. But I was safe there. I was afraid to talk to you. Afraid to talk to anyone. Did you leave us the notes? The one with the purple writing? No. Those are written by a different occult hand. One that does not want you to finish your mural. One that has killed and may kill again to stop you from telling Tassing's history. Tassing's history? Why? Because Tassing's real history is at odds with the stories we've all been told. It's covered, bit by bit, layer by layer, until it could no longer be seen. Wow. But it's still there. It's always been here, hidden beneath our feet. And it's still protected, haunted by the specter of death that's hung over this place for generations. Red Puller. Red Puller. Beneath our feet. What are you talking about? The same person who attacked your father is the same person that manipulated someone into killing Otto Zimmerman. And Lawrence Rothvogel. Yes, they travel through the Roman aqueduct that connects Cassie and Curacao. It's a network of tunnels I've become quite familiar with. And I've seen the ghost that haunts them, that can squeeze through this tiniest opening. I've seen it bend itself in half, reach places I could never follow. I've traveled along every inch of the aqueduct in the old city. There's one place I've never found. The lair where the thread puller retreats to. The ancient Roman temple that it is determined to hide from view. The Mithrium. You found it? No, but I mapped out a darkness between the collapsed tunnels. And I believe I know how to get there. Come with me. I'll show you. Dad? He's a good man, Magdalene. You'll be safe with him. Will you be alright? Yes, I'll be fine. With my life close. I promise. Find the Mithrium. What are we doing here? When the men dug the foundation, they found Roman ruins that had been buried over time. Lucky never wasted stones, so he used the Roman wall as one of the sailors. The Roman wall is one of the cellars. There's a way inside to the hidden place. Alright. Yes. Alright. Rat killer. Alright, that wall is different. Does that mean this is the place? No, it's two-sided. New and old. This was above ground once. It carried water. Look. Alright. I think I can make it out. Cornelius goes to the bath today and completes the sixth step in the Mithrium. Yes, see? No, I most certainly do not see Andreas. Well, here. The aqueduct. The aqueduct carries water to the baths, so you can't think this will take us to the Mithrium. Exactly. Seem quite confident. We know it exists. I know where it is not.
I believe it's the only place it could be. Must be near the bath. Well, you've already smashed a hole in the wall, so I suppose we might as well take a look. There. You, please. Wow. Really getting into it now. Who is the thread puller? The bath. Part of the tunnel has collapsed. Casper and I found a collapsed section of the aqueduct near town. He explored it. Couldn't describe what he found in the dark. Must be the other side. Shouldn't have let him go. I should have taken more care with him. I'm sorry. We can go. Decoration. These must have been the baths. Looks like there's a way through. Built. All the floods kept carrying it down here. Hundreds of years of floods. What if we can't get through? What if it's buried forever? Too early to get discouraged. Let's keep looking. More stairs down? Would something be below the baths? Hypercost. They use warm air to heat the rooms above. Roman colonies in the north often had them. Let's hope those haven't filled with silt as well. Hypercost. Do you know where we're going? These pillars just kind of go on in all directions. Andreas, could you look that way? I think I'm going to try exploring ahead. Oh, I guess I have night vision now. How could you abandon your work, Andreas? I thought you were a true artist. Master your craft. All you created was misery. The only thing more pitiful than watching you work in that scriptorium was your love of that dying art. Eye for an eye, Andreas. You may have condemned me, but in doing so, you damned yourself as well. Master, why did you send me back into the flames? No. This isn't right. I can't be here now. How did I get here? Andreas, you're still here. For a little longer. Thought I'd gone mad. Not yet. But if you have been on this road for a long time... Oh, man. Yeah! You must leave this place forever, Andreas. You must abandon it for good. But how? What could I do? I don't even know how I got here. This was once a place of refuge for you, Andreas. It has become a prison. A prison you constructed to protect yourself. From what? From pain. From risk. From life itself. But I can't stay here. I have to help Magdalene. How do I get out? Andreas, you're the architect. I will help you best as I can. But you are the only one who can answer that. Andreas? I'm still here. Part of me will always be here with you. It's been so long. Everything. Wasn't all bad, Andreas. We lost him, but we had 4 years together. They were happy years, weren't they? They were. But it ended. And it felt like life ended with them. You know. It's hard for both of us. I don't blame you for anything. You should stop blaming yourself. Maybe too late for us. It's not too late for you, Andreas. It's not too late for Magdalene. I have to help her. You can, Andreas. But you have to leave this place behind for good. I know. You will. You will. Thank you, Speed. Will I ever see you again? Not in this place. Maybe someday. In a better place. In a better dream. Oh no, this way. Master Andreas. Oh. Master. Really you. Good to see you again, Master. Just wanted to help you, Master Andreas. You couldn't think straight. You couldn't blame yourself anymore. What should I do? Get back to life, I think. I knew how. Help Magdalene, Master. And she'll help you. Alright, Casper. Thank you. Thank you for everything you've taught me. Hey, what happened? This was the way out. I started to Casper. I know this was the way out. Your mind is fighting itself, Andreas. It remembers the pain of life. It's trying to protect you from it. Beatrice? Yes? I thought you were gone. You brought me back. Oh. What do I do now? Keep going. Oh boy, we've got a lot left as far as this maze goes, I guess. Which means I'm gonna have all sorts of painful interactions. I'm gonna meet Otto. Nope, not that way. Been so many nights, so many years not seeing your face. I thought I had forgotten it. I know there's nothing I could have done, but that doesn't make me feel any less guilty. It's always there, under the surface. No matter how I try to bury it, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. What? Alright, Daddy. It is? You don't have to hide here anymore. I know. That's why you can't stay. There are people who need you. I know, Daddy. But you have to. I know. You're right. Thank you. I love you, Daddy. You too. Good night, August. It shifted again. The walls. No. No, I mean, no, I don't have to do this. This is my mind. My maze. And I'm leaving. Good. This next part might be confusing. What? I don't understand. I don't understand any of this. Did I make this? You borrowed it. From where? From what? There are layers to everything. Even our memories. Over time, the foundation has become buried. Yeah, I know. I no longer recall how we got there. No longer recall what came before. and what came before. Our Lady, watching over the labyrinth as I watch over you. And even this has roots that reach deep into the past. There was not always a lady to watch over the labyrinth, but there was a labyrinth. I don't understand. Sister Amelie, is this real? Am I still in my mind? You are here, with me, and we are here in spirit. Are we still in the ruins? We're in the tabernacle, the heart of the labyrinth. Your mind was wandering, and the Lord brought you here. But I don't understand. Why don't you leave your cell? I have not. We're only here in spirit, Andreas. Are you here to save me? I'm here to serve the Lord's will. It's His will that I save you. I will. Andreas? Sister Amelie? What are you doing here, sister? This is the center of the labyrinth. The tabernacle. It is where the Lord sends my spirit to do His will. It's also guided your spirits here. He has also guided your spirits here. There must be a purpose to it. Sister, we're looking for the Mithraeum. Is this it? Mithraeum? No. This is the tabernacle. Not a place of wood and stone, but a place of spirit. The Lord has called me to this place for many years. He has always made His will known to me. Soon, He will make it known to you. Sister, how does your spirit come to this place? Through the door between life and death. When my spirit hears the call, descends through my grave. Here the Lord tells me what messages I must bear, and to whom. Deliver messages? Yes. Once, long ago, I was a scribe. I copied many works of the great church doctors. Origen in particular. That all ended with a fire. It ended with my life. Wait. I thought I had given up the pen forever, until the vision returned. Amelie's the thread puller, of course. No, when fire took my abbey, I couldn't save my sisters. Not one. All I could grab was a single book and a bolt of cloth. I couldn't understand why God had spared me alone. But He showed me. God had a higher purpose for me. My hand. Thomas explained it to me. He makes everything clear. He tells me what I must do. What the Lord wills me to do. As you, the whole time, you wrote the notes. Found one by my dad when he was attacked. Sister Amelie, you pushed those people into committing murder. What? No. That can't be true. The Lord would not use me for such a purpose. Father Thomas is behind this the entire... Oh. God, Father Thomas is behind this the entire time. Calm down, sister. I'll figure this out. This doesn't make any sense. Why would I only want anyone dead? You know, I wouldn't. You wouldn't. There was nothing in his messages about murder. No. I'm not here. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Yeah. Here's the mastermind. Amelie. Alright. Father Thomas, how did you get down here? Tossing is an old place. It's buried many ancient roads and tunnels over centuries. People walk above the hidden ways every day without knowing it. Though in truth,
it was Sister Emily who discovered them first and found this place. Mentions of this room. This is the foundation of the church. Father Thomas, did you... In other circumstances, I would be overjoyed to see you, Andreas. In truth, I am still happy you are alive. Thank God. But I think the occasion of this reunion leaves little to rejoice about. You? You knew about this place? Knowing about this place, the Mithrium. That's why I did all of this. I had to keep it hidden. And I did. Until now. Why? Look around you. What do you see? Paganism. Roman ruins. Look closer. Looks like statue of St. Moritz from the meadow. And this image is St. Satya from the shrine. I don't understand. It's St. Moritz and St. Satya. And Mars and Diana. Saints are the gods. When the Romans left Tassing, their buildings, their temples, their statues remained. Christians settled here centuries later. They found time-worn fragments of that imperial grasp. The statue of Mars Pater. The statue of Mars Pater that once watched over the Roman fields stood there, still, headless and nameless. Settlers believed it was St. Moritz. It was already a legend where they'd come from. They found the shrines to Satya, and not understanding she was an aspect of Diana, believed she was another local saint. The people turned them into saints? Sanctity and sainthood exist outside of what people believe, Magdalene. People can turn someone into a saint. People cannot turn someone into a saint any more than they can unmake the divinity of Christ. They knew of the saints, and learned local legends of the region, and applied them to figures that they'd found here. No one knew they were the Roman gods because there was no account of what the Romans did and left here, except for Historia Taciae. But Historia Taciae was not known then. Perhaps it's not even been written then. Who knows how long that book had been lost for report before it made its way to Father Matthias. And you killed him for it. Yes. With poison. No one suspected. He must have died of poison and he died of poison and no one suspected. Must have been quite subtle. Death was unexpected, but I was the only person he confided in about what he had read in the Historia Taciae. Father Matthias learned that there was no evidence to set that St. Moritz had ever come to Tassing. Shrine to him in the meadow was a statue of Mars that the Romans had erected hundreds of years ago. But Saint Satya was the Roman goddess Diana. He resolved to deal with it. And he resolved to deal with him. Atreus, our people believe in St. Moritz. They believe in miracles God has worked through his hand. Whoa. And they believe in the legend of Saint Satya. She helped Moritz and watches over Tassing still. Why does it matter if they were wrong, if things were here? Then what does that mean for the hand of St. Moritz? What does it mean for the people who prayed to him, to Saint Satya, and believed their prayers were answered? What does it mean for the church that has given people hope? It's like a false star in a dark sky. The people have reason to doubt the validity of the saints. Can they doubt the church? Can they doubt the gospel? The word of God? Do you have so little faith in ordinary people, Father Thomas? I have faith in God. And I have seen firsthand what happens when people become disconnected. What can happen when people become disconnected? People believe that all just authority is false, that their own education and reason are superior to divine truth. Ooh, he always told us that we have to accept Christ with our own free will. Yes, of course, but preserving the legends of our saints doesn't interfere with individual volition. Preserving a lie. I preserved a lie to illuminate greater truth. I so loved the world that he gave his only son. If you believe this, if you truly believe this, as have walked among us, the relics have worked miracles, and they hear our prayers and answer them. And the two that protect this town were never here. They don't need to know that, Andreas. There are times when God feels so far away from us in these mountains. But a peasant in Tassing can stand over a field, look over our valley, and say, St. Moritz was here. God was with us, and he is with us still. And he will be with us always. That is the truth. Even if the legend of St. Moritz lie. Wow. So many people have died because of what you've done. I know this is hard to believe, but I was trying to save lives. Prevent death. One murder didn't solve the problem, did it? Because one day, Baron Rothvogel rode into town with another copy of Historia Tassae. A copy he promised to give the abbot, so Kirsau could come to terms with the past. And if Father Gano read his contents, he would be facing the same danger he saw in Father Matthias. In retrospect, given how Father Gano chose to run the abbey, my fears may have been unfounded. Sentiment didn't prevent you from doing it again. You're right, it didn't. But then why Otto? Certainly he didn't have anything to do with Historia Tassae. He couldn't even read. In the end, his murder provoked Peter and the others into destroying the abbey. I never thought that would happen. I underestimated Peter's anger and the peasants' frustration. You seem to have a difficult time reading people, Father. It appears that way, yes. I was trying to prevent Otto from showing people what he found. What he found when he was helping to dig up the foundation of the Rothwalls. Thing from our pagan ancestors? No, not quite so old. What he found was a stone head. The missing head of the statue in the meadow. Statue at the shrine of St. Moritz. How did it wind up over there? Most likely culprits are ruins, flood, in time. Rain, flood, and time. Rain, floods, and time. Black Till told me that the farmers find old tools and pottery in the fields every year. Yes, and this had remained hidden for centuries. It sat in the soil until Otto found it. He was going to show everyone that God had favored the town with this discovery. What Otto could not know is that our shrine statue was not of St. Moritz, because Otto could not read the words chiseled across the helmet. Mars Pater. The man he entrusted this with information, the town priest, could. Yes. And you told him to meet you at St. John's Eve at the Rathhaus. You did not let him destroy our town's beliefs. And you had poor Sister Amelie write down what you told her in visions. Visions she couldn't remember, and deliver them in the dead of night to Guy, to Hannah, to Martin, so that one of them would murder Otto, just as someone murdered Lorenz. What about my father? I'm sorry, Magdalene. I've lived next to you my whole life. How could you? None of this was easy for me. I always thought I was doing what needed to be done. Was it because of the mural? Yes. Klaus pursued the project with the determination of a guilty man doing penance. He kept digging and digging for answers about Tassing's past. Kirsau's past. I was afraid that sooner or later he would find out about Maris, Satya. This place. Everything. I warned him. First with the note, but he ignored it. I thought if I ransacked the workshop, it would scare him off. Didn't expect him to come down so quickly. It's just an accident. It's an accident. What are you gonna do now? Kill me? Kill Magdalene? No. Of course not. I have neither the means nor the will to do so. Even if I can't stop you from telling people what I've done. I can't stop them from finding this place. No, Father Thomas, stop. Too late for me, but I can still take Tassing's secrets with me. Father, you're gonna kill us all. You're gonna kill Amelie. Then leave and take her with you. You can tell the townsfolk what you want. But if you stay here, you'll die together. We'll die together. You will just kill yourself and destroy the church to hide the secret. Churches can be rebuilt more easily than faith. I'm willing to pay the price for that. Father, go. Ow. You alright? I think so. You? In truth, no. But I survived. So did she. They must have heard that at the Golden Hand. The entire church collapsing? I'd hope so. What are we gonna tell them? What do you mean? About this? About everything. He's dead, Magdalene. There's no justice that can be done by telling them about the saints. Explain everything. I'm just not sure it makes sense. What good would do to tell everyone about St. Maurice and saints? That's, yeah. Maybe Father Thomas was right about that. If nothing else. Maybe it would break their faith. I think he's wrong. I think the people here have enough faith to hear the truth. You know them better than I do. Especially since I've been away for so long. You came back after all this time to solve this, but... it's hard to feel like we've actually accomplished anything. Are we any better off than we were this morning? Father Thomas won't be able to hurt anyone else. Maybe he never would have. I think you're right. We should tell them. About the saints, the Romans, all of it. I hate that doing the right thing feels so awful. I'm sorry. I am too, but I still think it's what we needed to do. Then we'll tell them. Good. We should get Sister Amelie someplace warm. You can take her to my house. You probably have some explaining to do. A lot, I think. It's been a long time coming. I'm glad you didn't die in that fire. I am too. I think. Merry Christmas, Andreas. Merry Christmas. Oh! Magdalene, you made it back. Andreas and Sister Amelie and I all made it back. Sister Amelie? She in the church? I heard a terrible din in the house shook. Is everything alright? Our neighbors probably think the world is ending, so... it could be better. Are you alright, Dad? Yes, I'm sorry. Just tired. Sit by me. Tell me what happened. It started in the Wrath House. Well, the Rathskeller. Andreas found an old Roman message that went to the Mithraeum. Huh. So we went into the aqueduct. The section we found must have been closed off for centuries. Found an old Roman bathhouse. We couldn't go through, so we found our way to under a level under the baths. I think Andreas said it was a Holocaust. I got separated from Andreas.
I was afraid I'd lost him. We'd both gotten lost down there. Then I heard his voice off in the distance, so I was relieved. Are you still listening? I had a feeling that was going to happen. Gone to the final day. I know it's hard. I mean, I can only imagine how hard it is. But we all will all do our best to make you feel welcome when you get here. It's strange that this will probably be the last letter I send to you. I'll end it with my love. Esther. Magdalene? What? What happened? Yes? I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to let you know everything is in order. Faultless has ensured that all the financial matters will be handled. The money will be forwarded to you via Reichspost as soon as everything is settled. I appreciate it. Please, thank him for me. Thank you for everything. Of course, Mr. Strickland. I did not know your father well, but I know that he was well regarded by everyone that spoke of him. It seems that Tassing has lost many things in one man. I'm very sorry. Good fortune to you. All these people. God bless you as well, Sister Emily. Are you leaving today? I am. Just heading up the mill in a bit. I'm so sorry for everything that happened. I know. It's alright now. Almost destroyed. True. And your church. But I have lost my home before. I'll find another. It's strange though. Standing in the light. After all these years. Thank you for helping me. Do you know what you'll do now? Will you become an anchoress again? I don't know, honestly. Father Elias is trying to help me, but I just need to learn to rely on my own judgment a little more. It's going to take a long time to atone for my part in what happened. Perhaps the rest of my life. We were tricked. We all were. Even so, I must make amends. I'm writing an account of what happened here. As well as I can remember it anyway. It's not enough to earn forgiveness. Pray that it will at least illuminate this history of great darkness. Remembering. Bless you, Sister Emily. God bless you and keep you safe on your travels, Magdalene. Elias? Good morning, Mrs. Strickland. You off soon? Yes, Father. Just saying my last few farewells. Of course. Sorry I didn't get a chance to know you or your father. God rest his soul. I am too. Don't let those Bohemians put any heretical ideas in your head. Once their pernicious seeds take root, they choke the faith right out of you. I could tease them. You travel far from home. You will hear prayers wherever you go. Pots. Oh, hey Max.
I'm sorry about your dad. He was always nice to me. Mom says he was a good man. A good dad. Thanks, I should get going. Thanks. Magdalene. You don't want... I'm sure. That was a fan sensor. Didn't even have time to think about it. Well, look after your mother, Rots. Michael, I can't believe you're really leaving. Miss you all dearly. Boys will miss you even more. Yours, at least. Oh, don't tease him. I think he's having a really hard time of it, despite appearances. I'll go easy on him. That's kind of you. I appreciate it. Safe travels. You sure you have everything you need, Magdalene? We'll see. You know I'm ready to go. But you can't leave without this. Chamomile, cinnamon, and wheat flour. Oops. Yeah. I mess up the umlaut pronunciations a lot, but Oots. They're having trouble. Because his name is Otto, but they abbreviated his name in the game. Your crabs. I know. I'll use it. Well, here to God's recipe. It's called for chamomile and wheat flour. Added the cinnamon for taste. Oh, dang it. I'm still sorry about what happened to your father. Thank you. Mother Francesca had us all say prayers for him. And you as well when she heard you were leaving. That's so sweet. Please thank her for me. I'll miss you so much, man. Miss you too. Alright. There's no more people back this way. So we're going back into the house. Or are we? No, I guess we're headed up the road. To the mill. Else, Magdalene, this is it? It is. It's time for me to leave. But get out before this cursed town swallows you. Passing will bring you nothing but anguish and misery. Hope one day you'll find a path out of your sorrow. God willing, though I'm doubtful. Stay safe on the road. These are still dangerous times. You'll be fine. Look after your family, Paul. Paul, look after your family. Paul, Anna, your grandkids need you. I'll do what I can. They are what little I have left. Without them, never mind. Godspeed, Magdalene. Are you sure I look alright? Of course, Andreas. Look perfectly respectable. You're a little worse for wear, but you're a good sight better than you were. I get the room to help me clean up. I'm afraid I'd forgotten how to look after myself. Someone say you do carry yourself quite admirably. Many men here could have survived in a burned-out cellar for the better part of 20 years. Listing on discarded rye, no less. I'm sorry about that. Andreas, we already told you. It's alright now. Magdalene. Hello, Magdalene. Be off soon? Yes, I'm riding with you. I'm riding with your flower to Mittenwald, and then down the ice. Sorry to see you go, Magdalene. I hope Prague is everything you dreamed of. If it's half the city Esther describes, sure, I'll love it. You have a chance to make a life of your own there. He knows I've squandered so much of mine. Use the time you have, and use it well. I don't know how, but I will. I wish you could have seen it, Andres. I know.
You would have loved it. I hope so. I know so. Kind of you to say. Well, we all need words of encouragement. And besides, it's the truth. Madeline, I wanted to ask you something about the mural before you go. I thought that it was supposed to cover the whole wall. Why did you leave a section blank? For the future. This history is going to stop in passing the moment I roll down the road. I think your wagon's about to leave. Oh, it is. Probably feels like enough time. Thank you for everything you've done for me. For my family. Bless you, Andre Smiler. Alright. Andreas? Are you alright? I'm lost. Alright. You're welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Besides, you can't leave yet. Children require your expertise. Oh? You're up in the mill. On the walkway. Oh, they're drawing. I'll have supper ready before you're done. Remember that you're always welcome in our home, Andres. Okay, so now I'm Andreas again. Game is not yet done. The windmill stole them. Dang. Messed up. Was this the mural? The mural. This is the lingua ignota song. It's really good. Oh. And Andreas did the other part? Did a family tree?
Das küsste mich auf Deutsch und sprach auf Deutsch.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that Andres did the family tree. Martha wound up in the convent. Old Peter never died.
Das Wort, ich liebe dich.
Oh, Václav. Oh, Václav. Václav. He didn't end up in a very good place. Shame. Indris. Big family with Indris. Andreas Mahler. Andreas Mahler? Oh, so this was done by the younger Andreas. Amazing. Very awesome. Very good. Very good game. Gosh. And the cool thing is that I could play this a completely different way and get completely different results on these walls in the end. And there's a number of other things that have changed too. Yeah. GG. Yeah. Really good stuff. Really good game. Strong number 2, but behind Norco this year. I mean, I would rank, as far as top 3 games of this past year, I'd go Citizen Sleeper at number 3, Pentiment at number 2, Norco at number 1. This was good. Real good. Okay, so I think I'm gonna have plenty of. I think I'm gonna spend a little more time online than usual this morning, tonight, however you want to say it, because I'm going to play another short game. But yeah. This was great. Very sparse with music, but which is kind of a surprise, but it's okay. Um. Uh, oh yeah, historic consulting. Italian hand gesture consultant. Latin translate. Italian hand gesture consultant. I guess for Nazgul. Like I had to make sure that they got that right. You know, make sure that it wasn't just a gross stereotype or whatever, which is pretty good. Hmm. Not really sure how much credit is left. How much of the credits is left. Um, I'm pretty sure there's going to be like research acknowledgments or whatever, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh man, this was probably my second favorite game of the year, behind Norco. And Norco was just so. Oh, this is yeah, a bibliography. This is what I'm talking about. Um, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Just a huge Name of the Rose, Baldolino. Yeah. This is pretty much everything that was, sort of researched and read for, what went into the game. The Book of Hebrew, Women and Gender in Early Modern Europe. Yeah, this was good. Great playthrough, especially if you like point and click adventure games with a lot of depth and a lot of narrative. There was nothing like this. Oh, cool. Like I said, Norco was so fantastic of a game that I don't think anything can knock that off the top, just because of how how raw a lot of stuff in Norco was to me. As far as familiarity with the region and things like that, and sort of the way that it was written, but Pentiment's really, really, really fantastic. Really great. I'm gonna give me just a second. I'm gonna take a short break and play a reel or two. Play a few reels while I set up the next game.